Lines Restaurant, where we find Leif Pedersen and Larry Haler. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Gord. Yes, indeed, we are back again this year from the beautiful Sightlines Restaurant high above the north end of the Sky Dome here. We are very happy to have the head coach of the Western Ontario Mustangs, Larry Haler, back. He is in mourning. His team lost a couple of weeks ago to Laurier, who was playing this afternoon. But Larry and I will be back with you throughout the course of the telecast to offer our perspectives on what's occurring on the field. Michael?
Jamie Bone, you've been in this position a couple of times, playing in the Vanier Cup. We're about 40 minutes to game time. What are those two teams feeling right now?
And I'll tell you, this is the worst time for a player because you have so much anxiety built up. You just want to get the game underway right now. Forget all the pregame warm-up. Let's just get it going.
There are championships in all kinds of football, but we can tell you if this is your first Vanier Cup, there's nothing like the Vanier Cup or the road to the Vanier Cup. Every single football player in the nation dreamed of making it to Toronto this weekend, but only two teams have done so. This is the Vanier Cup, the championship on TSN. And two of the biggest reasons why Laurier and Mount Allison are here are their star running backs. At this time of year, it's absolutely crucial to have a running game. And for the Laurier Golden Hawks, that is even more profound because against the Queens Golden Gales, they couldn't pass the ball. They had all kinds of injuries, so they turned to this man, Andy Cecchini. Those are playoff stats, not regular season. 59 carries for a 6-yard average. Most impressive against the Queens Golden Gales, scoring 3 touchdowns. Cecchini was silent through most of the season. He came alive when they needed him. As for Grant Keeney, he's just a powerhouse for the Mount Allison Mounties. These are his regular season stats, more than 1,100 yards, including 290 in a big game. If you don't stop Grant Keeney, you do not beat the Mount Allison Mounties. Both teams know that, and that's one of the things that make this game particularly interesting. You've got two dynamite running backs. Let's go to Sightlines, where Leif and Larry, I think, are going to talk about exactly that subject, guys.
Well, we are, Michael. Before we do, though, Larry, you know, if you come from a big program at Western, to me it's kind of neat that two smaller schools get a chance to play for the Vanier Cup.
Well, I think it is. I think that we have two schools here that are bringing a fresh enthusiasm and a sense of excitement that's really unique to Toronto, and I think it really becoming an important part of the Vanier Cup, so it's nice to see.
Couldn't agree more. Michael Landsberg touched on the running game. It will be imperative for both teams to be successful. Mount Allison's got a pretty good one.
Well, Grant Keeney, 34, and this is what they like to do. Watch the ace formation with Grant Keeney as the lone back. The receivers, 3 of them to the right side, are going to block inside, and they're going to run the toss to the right. Simple little flip to Keeney, who comes to the right. And Keeney is a great back because he has power and speed. A great combination. And you can see here the blocks to the inside, and once he gets to the outside, he becomes a great player.
Well, Larry, a couple of weeks ago, you had a first-hand look at the Wilfred Laurier running game. Tell us a little bit about how they get it done.
Well, I've seen Andy Cecchini, number 27, play for 4 years now, and this is the 5th. I'm going to make sure he graduates this year. He's a great running back, and here he starts off tackle, led by P.J. Martin, who does a great job of clearing out on the right-hand side while the offensive line and the slot back go down inside. And this was a key for them against Queens because they were struggling in throwing the ball, and when you have a running back like Andy Cecchini, who can get off tackle down this run corridor, then you're going to see the kind of effect that he can have on a football game. A couple of great blocks, cuts back underneath it, and he's gone. And if he does this kind of thing today, then I think you're going to see Laurier have a great football game.
Okay, from a coaching standpoint, you've seen both these teams. You know them both well. How do they match up?
Well, I think one of the key matchups today, although we haven't spoken about it, is defense. And I think Laurier has the best front seven I've seen in a long time, and it's going to be very dependent, I think, on how Mount Allison does in run and pass block in that front seven.
All right, Larry, Michael, that's how we see the running game here from Sightlines.
Leaf, interesting comments from Larry Haler regarding their ability to stop the running game, because the Laurier defense did a very good job stopping the Heck Crichton Award winner Tim Tyndale for the Western Mustangs in their playoff game, and that might prove to be prophetic today. Let's go down to field level right now for a very famous Laurier alumni who's with our Gord Miller.
Thanks very much, Michael. Jim Reed graduated from Laurier back in 1978, was a teammate in the CFL of our own Leif Pedersen. But today, when we see Mount Allison and Laurier, Jim, this is really a tribute to small schools with great programs.
They do have good programs. The small schools can still play in the big leagues, and the best thing is the tradition that's set. The people get behind it, and it keeps it going through the whole school program.
This would be a first Vanier Cup title for either of the two schools that we're talking about today. How important for the programs to get that first one under the belt?
Well, it's nice to win any championship. Right now, I'm sure there's been a lot of hype behind the game. They have to, you know, once they get into the game and that first hit happens, they realize it's just another football game to the players. And that's the first thing that the players have to find out, and let us worry about the hype on the rest of it.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. I think we know who he's picking today. Let's go back upstairs to Michael.
Well, Gord will be making his way through the Skydome, having somewhat of an adventure. But you and I had an adventure this week, didn't we?
Well, I didn't have an adventure, and you didn't have an adventure, but there were two other guys that did, named Mike and Jim. They had an excellent adventure. That's
right, dude. The first ever, then, Mike and Jim's excellent adventure. Let's have a look right now. Great way to start the adventure with the annual Vanier Cup kickoff for charity on Monday. You know, Jim, I was thinking, since this is our excellent adventure, I can kick the ball as far as I want. Give me a distance.
Well, the record's 63 yards. You can't hit 63.
I kick it 64. I can kick it 70 yards.
Mike, you can't kick it 70 yards. This I gotta see.
I hate it when he calls me Mike. Hey, Jim, this is 70 yards right here.
Yeah, right, Mike.
Jim, you okay? You okay?
Mike, I just tried to kick a 70-yard field goal.
Quit calling me Mike.
On Wednesday, Laurier head coach Rich Newborough won Coach of the Year honors, and we had to be really creative to try and get his game plan.
Rich, Mike and I are wondering, what's your game plan going to be this Saturday versus Mount Allison?
Well, to tell you the truth, we don't have it in place yet. We're still working on it, and we hope to finalize it by Saturday morning, and then we'll let you know.
Coach, you're obviously very adept at dealing with the media. Isn't that Larry Haler over there getting ready for next season for Western? Maybe you should take a look.
I don't think that's it, Mike.
Best of luck on Saturday, and Coach, I hate it when you call me Mike. Later that day, it was the annual Metro Bowl, and we wondered who fans like better. And they give us these great complimentary seats. Let's check out the action. Whoa, brutal seats, and it's our adventure.
On Thursday night, we put on the tuxedos for the annual awards. I think they liked us. They really liked us.
Well, Jim really knows his stuff. But Mike has nice hair.
I really like Mike. And Jim, well, I really like Mike.
Yeah, I'm with him. Friday was the annual media luncheon, and you know, these are bright kids, but I figured they wouldn't know the difference between Mike or Jim. You know, you guys are the Vanier Cup quarterbacks. Thought I'd give you some tips, benefit of my experience back with the Western Mustangs in 1978. Boy, I really had my stuff.
1978? Wasn't it 1977?
Yeah, kid, 77, 78. What's the difference? Pay attention here. I got some good stuff for you. So, back in 77, yeah, for the Mustangs, I went back to pass once.
Jim, aren't you right-handed?
Left, right, doesn't make any difference. Follow the story, kid. You got to see the whole field.
Mike? Hey, I thought you were Jim.
Yeah, Mike, Jim, whatever the story is. Anyway, watch the tapes. They were really good. I don't know who those guys were, but seemed like they had a good time.
I don't know who those guys were either, but they look like you and I.
Just one thing I sort of came away from this. Don't ever call me Mike again.
Okay, Mike.
Okay, Jim. Stay with us when we return. More of the lead-up to the biggest football game of the year. This is the Vanier Cup on TSN. Welcome back inside, everybody. This is the Sky Dome in Toronto, a great place to watch a football game, and this is the Vanier Cup. We are approximately 1.5 hours away from game time. Now, you may have watched TSN broadcast all season long, or you perhaps haven't. And if you haven't seen these two teams or had a good feel for it, we'll try to give you an idea what CIAU football is all about. And one of the things that it's important to clarify are the rules and perhaps some of the differences between this game and the CFL or the NFL. The ball is dead when any part of the ball carrier's body other than his hands or feet touches the ground, meaning you touch, you're down. No one has to tackle you at that point. You must block above the waist on turnovers or kicks. A push in the back, not a block, but a subtle push in the back is a 10-yard penalty. Now, these are rules particular to the CIAU. Receivers can only be bumped or chucked 1 yard from the line of scrimmage. After that, the defensive back has to break away contact. Offensive ends cannot move laterally along the line immediately prior to the snap. And very pleased to welcome the head official for the CIAU, the head of officials, Ken Green. I think the one rule that we want to get from you to clarify is the punting rule. Say a ball is very high, it's a short kick, and it lands in a crowd. It's caught in the air. What would happen?
Well, if it's short and if it's landing in a crowd, and again, the key word is in a crowd, the ball will be blown dead immediately and rewarded to the receiving team.
Okay, Ken, we'll be getting comments from you over the course of the day if there are any controversial calls. We appreciate you joining us, and I know you'll have a headset on, and hopefully there will be no controversial calls, but we'll get to you if there are any. Okay, we've been talking offense regarding these two teams, but there's no question when it's November and they play football, defenses are key. So we thought we'd zero in for you on some key pressure points on the defenses.
Right down! Right down! Come on, Grant!
We're not really a defense. We're more offense than defense. We don't let people attack us. We attack them. That's our philosophy.
Beautiful! Let's get the ball! Let's get the ball! Okay.
The defensive scheme of things that Coach Laurier has come up with, the fact that we can present multiple fronts stemming really makes it difficult for an offensive line. So just prior to the snap of the ball, during an audible, for example, the front changes. And now your offensive line has to start doing their line calls. It causes a lot of temporary confusion. They can miss a snap count, they can miss a block.
Under Eagle 30. Under Eagle 30.
Our linebackers are really probably our strongest point on defense right now. In pass coverage and against the run. They're really able to make the transition in between run and pass, and that's something that takes a long time for linebackers to learn.
All is toss, all right? They didn't pull anybody. They send pull back out, okay, and they chop it at you.
Steve, I run the daylights out of these kids. I told them that we wouldn't lose the game because of conditioning. We might lose because of something else, but it certainly wasn't going to be conditioning.
Toss! That's it right there, that's it right there! That's the way to play it! Go for the ball!
Our defensive line, I think we basically go on speed. Reinhard Keller, he probably one of the quickest D linemen in the country, and Hugh Lawson, he's no slouch either. So with those two guys, we're able to hit the gaps hard, and I think offensive linemen have a hard time blocking them.
I bumped this guy inside, and back came out. This guy went about 15 yards out.
Okay, who's got deep third?
I have no idea. Sweeney was over the top.
Is Sweeney over the top?
I think they might have to try to establish the run and then possibly go to the air after that, but I think our front seven will shut down the run. I think we faced the two best running backs in the country, Tom Charche and Tim Tyndale, so I think if they try that and we can shut that down, they'll go to the air, and I think our DBs can play with any receivers in the country, so I think we'll do a good job there.
And it might very well be the two defenses that shine today. The Laurier Golden Hawks have a great one. The Mounties say, wait and see what we can do. Welcome back to the Sky Dome, everybody. This is the Vanier Cup on TSN. Time now for the Parade of Colors. It's a tradition where all of the schools that play university football have representatives, and they make their way around the field. And the Parade of Colors is opened up by the Acadia Axemen.
Matter back in 1974 before I transferred to Western, and you take a look at the banner bearer. Closest to us is Steve Repick, who is the Axemen quarterback in 1981 when Acadia won the Vanier Cup.
Each one of these schools has somebody holding the banner and representing the school. Those are the Acadia Axemen. They've been in a few Vanier Cups, and as you say, you spent a little time at Acadia University. Now, Bishop's University, and representing Bishop's, I guess it's very fitting, the man that will represent the Bishop's Gators today. Certainly, Bruce Coulter has had a great deal of influence on this program.
Well, they have actually two coaches there. Ian Breck is the coach carrying the banner, and also Bruce Coulter, Vanier Cup Grand Marshal.
Those are the Bishop's Gators as they make their way around the Sky Dome. And next are the UBC Thunderbirds. I thought they might be in this one, but UBC's been in more than a few Vanier Cups. They were champions in 82 and 86 and finalists in 87 and 88. The UBC Thunderbirds as these schools make their way around the Sky Dome. This is Brock University. They don't play football, but they're here to watch some football.
Yeah, I think everybody's been talking about them maybe getting a football program to give the OUAA an extra team.
And right behind them, the University of Calgary Dinosaurs. They have won their share of Vanier Cups. Basically, perhaps the top team in the 1980s. The Carleton Ravens, in a rebuilding program the past couple of years. There's Carleton University.
And we take a look at their flag bearer. That's Andrew Murray, class of 86. Played in the CFL champions Toronto Argonauts this past season.
Next up, the Concordia Stingers. They play their football in Montreal and play pretty good football this year.
And there's a famous gentleman, George Springate, former MP and field goal kicker for the Montreal Alouettes.
The Concordia University Stingers as they make their way through the Parade of Colors. And here's the University of Guelph Griffins.
And Kim Middleton is their flag bearer today, and she was the first person to do a double crossing of Lake Erie. She's a student when she was a student at Guelph.
The Guelph Griffins in the Parade of Colors as we get set for the Vanier Cup on TSN. Now, Laurentian University. They don't have a football team, but powerhouse in basketball.
But they used to have a football team back in the early 1970s. Maybe they'll come back in. They seem to have pretty strong alumni support. Maybe we can get them back in the OUAA.
That is Laurentian University, and I think tightly in behind Laurentian University, it is the McGill Redmen, perhaps the richest tradition of football for any school, not just in this country, but in North America.
And their band bearer is John Rodgett's class of 1949, who was the former CEO of the Molson Companies.
McGill University, they won the one Vanier Cup that they were in the 1980s, defeating UBC with ease. McGill University Redmen in the Parade of Colors for the Vanier Cup. And now the McMaster Marauders. They don't have quite as rich a Vanier Cup history.
No, they were in the Vanier Cup in Canada's centennial year in 1967. Unfortunately, they lost by 1 point, 10-9 to the University of Alberta.
Mac in the Parade of Colors as well as we prepare for the Vanier Cup. And the McMaster Marauders giving a wave to some of the crowd that's assembled here. It's always interesting to hear how many people might be here, and projections were in the 30,000 range. Time now for University of New Brunswick. Again, they don't have football, but they do have some good sports.
But they used to have football, and they were in the Atlantic Bowl in 1969 and 1970. And actually, if they had a football program, maybe Sean Hickey would have ended up at the University of New Brunswick because he played at Fredericton High School.
University of New Brunswick in the Parade of Colors, and they are followed in this parade as they make their way in a semicircle around the Sky Dome by the Laurier Golden Hawks. Of course, we're anticipating some sort of special reaction for Laurier. They've come just down the road, made the trip. It's about an hour drive from Waterloo to Toronto. While the Mount Allison Mounties have certainly made their way a lot further. There's the University of Calgary once again. They had hoped to make it to the Vanier Cup. And here's University of Saskatchewan. They were here last year, not just for the parade, but to play when they won it. They were here 2 years ago, and until 2 weeks ago, it looked like they would make it all the way. And there are the U of T Blues. Blues felt as though they might have a shot this year, and I think a lot of people, Jamie, thought Western or U of T in the OUAA.
Yeah, everybody thought it was going to come down to either of those teams, but Laurier managed to play very well in the playoffs, and they're here in the Vanier Cup.
There was a three-way tie, by the way, for second place in the OUAA between Laurier, Waterloo, and Toronto. And it's quite unusual, actually, if you look at history for a second-place team to make it all the way. And, yes, we heard a round of applause, and here they come. The Mount Allison Mounties, not just here for the parade, but to play in the big game as well.
And their banner bearer is Margaret Norrie McCain, class of 1954. She has begun her second term as Chancellor of Mount Allison University, and you can hear the crowd roar.
Mount Allison making its return to the Vanier Cup. They were here in 1984, and that year they faced an OUAA team as well. That's about all they'd like to remember about that, because it was not a good day against the Guelph Griffins.
No, and it was a nice day, actually, in terms of weather. They don't have to worry about that today, but they lost to the Guelph Griffins 22-13. And surprisingly, in that game, Mount Allison were leading going into the fourth quarter.
They'll get big support in this area because there are lots of Mount Allison alumni living in the Toronto area. And they are here to support their team today. And we expect a big round of applause for the Wilfred Laurier Golden Hawks as well, who make their way to the Vanier Cup for the first time since 1972.
And so many prominent alumni to choose from, especially from their fine football tradition. And I see Jim Reed is up there, who Gord Miller interviewed a few seconds ago. Jim Reed graduated in 1980, CIAU Rookie of the Year in 1976, and had an outstanding professional career in the CFL.
The Laurier Golden Hawks, as they receive the applause from the crowd, we expect Laurier to perhaps have a few more people in the crowd than Mount Allison. The fact is that if every student that attended the school of Mount Allison attended today's game, you wouldn't fill more than a section. Just about 2,000 students attend Mount Allison, and not too many more than that attend Laurier. It is a Vanier Cup of small schools. Earlier this week, Gord Miller had the opportunity to talk to the two head coaches. Now, these two head coaches, perhaps more than any year in recent memory, have almost nothing in common.
How do you get your team ready to play in here?
Well, there's not too much we can do to get them ready for the experience that they're going to live. We're happy to be here early, be in Toronto, have a few practices in the Sky Dome, try to keep the team loose, and then refocus on the game for Saturday. But I know that our players understand why they're here, is to play football on Saturday, and I'm sure that they're going to play a good football game Saturday. No doubt about that.
Well, you've been here before. What did you learn from playing the Churchill Bowl at Scone?
Well, I think we learned a lot about the facility. We've got the good and rough spots on the field picked out. We know what Jumbotron looks like. We have a pretty good indication of the sound level, although it'll probably be up a couple of decibels this week.
What's the one thing you're going to have to do to win on Saturday?
Keep the football on offense. We don't want to have any turnovers against us, and that's probably the key.
What's the one thing you got to do to win?
Execute. One word is execute. Defensively, we have some sets that we think will work. I know they'll work if the guys execute. If they're going to bounce off, not tackle, if we're going to drop balls, if we're not going to pick up the blocks, then we're not going to have a very good day. But it all comes down to execution on that last day.
What's the one thing that can't happen? What's the one thing that could happen that would kill you?
Oh, mistakes on special teams, either a fumble or a bad snap. That could be the turning point.
What's the one major concern you have about the game? What's the one thing you're worried might go wrong?
Well, I'm worried of the quarterback, their quarterback, that we might have him in a trap situation and he might elude us. I'm afraid of that broken play.
You know, you watch those two coaches, you see the differences, and the big difference that jumps out is age. Marc Laurier is 28. Rich Newbrow is 54 years of age. They were talking about the noise in the field of the game. The man that's where the noise is right now is Gord Miller down on the sidelines. Gord, pretty noisy down there, isn't it?
And it's a great atmosphere here, Michael, as mostly a Laurier crowd has settled in to watch the game. A couple of things we'll keep an eye on for you. Injuries. Brent Stuckey and Andy Scharschmidt from Laurier are both on the limp. These receivers will play a key role, and we'll keep an eye on them throughout the game to see if they're at 100%. The line is supposedly 6 Laurier. Kind of got to like the Golden Hawks home crowd and the fact that they've played in this stadium before. Let's go to Leif Pedersen inside line.
All right, Gord, Larry, they may drum you out of the coaches fraternity, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you like?
Well, I like both teams, but I'm picking Laurier because I just think that their front seven and their defense is a great factor.
Okay, there you heard the gospel according to Larry Haler. Michael?
Well, Gord set the line at 6. Who do you like?
I've gone over all the injury reports, the depth charts.
Now people are waiting breathlessly across the country.
I'll tell you what, I'm going with Laurier because they played here 2 weeks ago.
I'm going to take the 6, and I'm going to take the Mount Allison Mounties. They came a long way, and I think they're going to go home with the Vanier Cup. We're really trying to give you a feel for the game, and one of the things that we've done is create something new for this one. We're calling it the Reebok Fan Cam. It's a camera on the head of a member of the TSN staff, Scott Carson. The camera is right there in his helmet, and that will give you a view of what the fan here will see. That's your first look at the Reebok Fan Cam as you look at the Mount Allison Marching Band, and he'll be in the crowd making his way between the Mount Allison side and making his way over to the Laurier side, and I can tell you, wherever Scott goes, you'll be going with him because he's got the Reebok Fan Cam on his head. The fan cam is just about 2 inches long. I mean, it's incredible to see the picture that's coming from that, and we'll be showing you that throughout the course of the game which is just 13 minutes away. They have come from small-town Canada, Sackville, New Brunswick, home to 6,000 people, and Mount Allison University. Led by running back Grant Keeney, the Mounties carry the hopes of the entire East Coast.
Representing the school of Mount Allison University and the town of Sackville, New Brunswick in the Vanier Cup is one of great fulfillment. Being on the team for 4 years and being one of the many veterans, perhaps just showing that football is alive and well at Mount Allison, alive and well in the Maritimes, and will be alive and well in the Vanier Cup for 91 is the goal that we all want to get.
Waterloo, Ontario is somewhat bigger at 80,000 people, but for star running back Andy Cicchini, the city's football tradition transcends its size.
I hold this school and everybody around it close to my heart. People have given me so much. For us to give them possibly a Vanier Cup, hopefully we'll be paying them back.
Heading into the Vanier Cup, yes, you do have to look back on how it was when you were a kid. Of course, when I was young and on a team, I was one of the biggest kids and I was an offensive lineman. Now I'm the smallest kid in the team and I'm a running back. But perhaps putting all those years of experience, finally showing what you can do in the biggest game of your life is a goal that I'm sure every football player would want to fulfill.
I can remember back when I started out just running, no people around and running as fast as I can, just with me and the ball. Now it's such a thrill to be able to possibly win the Vanier Cup.
These two great athletes are at the zenith of their careers. 15 years of football practice has finally culminated in the ultimate goal. Grant Keeney leads the Mount Allison Mounties against Andy Cicchini and the Laurier Golden Hawks for Canadian University football's crown jewel, the Vanier Cup, right here on TSN. The Vanier Cup is brought to Geo and your Chevrolet Geo dealers across Canada. By London Life, imagine the power of Freedom 55. By Esso Associates and Imperial Oil, you're on your way with Esso. And by 7-Up, it's cool to be clear. For Saskatchewan Shane Reeder, this was to be just another act in his role as Cinderella. Unfortunately, on this day, the clock would strike midnight, 1 game short of the grand ball. Terry Bachman's first quarter interception sent Mount Allison on their way to the big dance. 2 plays later, it was Sean Hickey to Sonny Lacroix, and the defending Vanier Cup champs were down 13-0. Second quarter, Hickey over the middle to Guy Messervier, who's stripped, but gravy bounce goes right to Lacroix. 20-0. How could the Mounties lose with plays like that? Third quarter in last year's Vanier MVP David Earl sealed the Huskies' fate when his pass was picked by John Cosemple. Marc Laurier's Mount Allison Mounties upset Brian Towers' Saskatchewan Huskies 31-14 to advance to the Vanier Cup. Doug Hargraves and the Queens Golden Gales were looking to advance to the Vanier Cup for the first time in 8 years. And early on, the Gales' trip looked secure. Paul Kozan's second touchdown of the game gave Queens a 22-0 lead, and the fans were planning their return trip to Skydome. Third quarter, and funny things start to happen. Jamie Galloway has a snap go over his head. Laurier's Dan Tosello recovers 22-13. The Gales were crumbling. The collapse was official when MVP Andy Cecchini rambled up the middle. Laurier's 39 second-half points sent the Hawks cup-bound 42-22 over the Queens Golden Gales. They have come from Sackville, New Brunswick. They've come from Waterloo, Ontario. They've come from east and west. They've come from all over to watch the Vanier Cup. This is the Mount Allison Mounties against the Laurier Golden Hawks. And the fans have come from all over to watch a yearly tradition now at the Skydome. The crowd is good. The excitement level high for a confrontation that we've never seen before. The Laurier Golden Hawks and the Mount Allison Mounties have never played. Never played in the Vanier Cup. Never met each other head-to-head. Welcome back to the Skydome, everybody. I'm Michael Landsberg along with Jamie Bone. We're just minutes from kickoff time. Jamie, I think the feeling has to be when you're here, you have to win it. You were in two, you won both. Just consider the Laurier Golden Hawks. They were last in it in 1972 from Mount Allison. They were last in it in 1984. When you're here, you got to make good.
No, you have to make good because sometimes you may never get the chance again, whether you're a player or a coach. But if you're a player, this just has to be one of the most exciting things that they may ever experience in their lifetimes with regards to sports. So when they're here, they want to make the best of it.
Well, make the best of it is what these two teams will try to do. They'll be able to do that in just a few minutes. Right now, let's meet the starting lineups for the game. Let's go upstairs to the PA address man. He's Roy Anderson, and let's find out who's starting.
And now we introduce the two teams in today's 27th Vanier Cup Championship game.
Voici les deux équipes qui s'affronteront pour le championnat de la 27e Coupe Vanier.
And now presenting the starting offensive unit for the 1991 Atlantic Bowl champions, the Mount Allison Mounties.
Voici maintenant l'alignement offensif partant des champions de la Coupe Atlantique 1991, les Mounties de Mount Allison.
At center, number 51, Mike Jardine.
Au centre, numéro 51, Mike Jardine.
Left guard, number 60, Sean Mansfield.
Le garde gauche, le numéro 60, Sean Mansfield.
Right guard, number 61, Kurt Beaumont.
Le garde droit, le numéro 61, Kurt Beaumont.
At the left tackle, number 63, Tim O'Leary.
Le bloqueur gauche, le numéro 63, Tim O'Leary.
Number 62 at the right tackle, Stefan Barassa.
Numéro 62, le bloqueur droit, Stefan Bourassa.
Slot back, number 6, Mark Hayes.
Demi-inséré, numéro 6, Mark Hayes.
Also at slot back, number 36, number 5, Guy Messevier.
L'autre demi-inséré, numéro 5, Guy Messervier.
The fullback, number 36, Scott O'Neill.
L'arrière, le numéro 36, Scott O'Neill.
At halfback, number 34, Grant Keeney.
Le numéro 34, le demi, Grant Keeney.
Wide receiver, number 27, Spencer Grabb.
L'ailier espacé, le numéro 27, Spencer Grabb.
Also at wide receiver, number 20, Sonny Lacroix.
L'autre ailier espacé, le numéro 20, Sonny Lacroix.
And the quarterback, number 10, Sean Hickey.
Le carrière, le numéro 10, Sean Hickey.
head coach Marc Laurier, and the other members of the Mount Allison University Mounties.
L'entraîneur en chef Marc Laurier et les autres membres de l'équipe de Mount Allison.
Presenting the starting defensive unit for the 1991 Churchill Bowl champions, Wilfred Laurier Golden Hawks.
Voici l'alignement défensif partant des champions de la Coupe Churchill 1991, les Golden Hawks de Wilfred Laurier.
At the left hand, number 60, Hugh Lawson.
L'ailier gauche, le numéro 60, Hugh Lawson.
The tackle, number 88, Mark Ferguson.
Le bloqueur, le numéro 88, Mark Ferguson.
At the right end, number 66, Reinhard Keller.
L'ailier droit, le numéro 66, Reinhard Keller.
Outside linebacker, number 45, Marty Robinson.
Le secondaire extérieur, le numéro 45, Marty Robinson.
Inside linebacker, number 77, Fred Grossman.
Le secondaire intérieur, le numéro 77, Fred Grossman.
Also an interior linebacker, number 68, Dave Nagy.
L'autre secondaire intérieur, le numéro 68, Dave Nagy.
Number 55, an outside linebacker, Jim Burkett.
Le secondaire extérieur, le numéro 55, Jim Burkett.
On the corner, number 16, Tim Biskey.
Le demi de coin gauche, numéro 12, Tim Biskey.
Also at the corner, number 30, Lonnie Taylor.
Le demi de coin droit, le numéro 30, Lonnie Taylor.
At safety, number 28, Marty Perrick.
Le numéro 28, Marty Perrick.
Safety, number 19, Greg Knox.
Demi de sûreté, numéro 19, Greg Knox.
And at rover, number 41, John Campbell.
Et numéro 2, numéro 41, John Campbell.
Head coach Rich Newell and the other members of the Wilfred Laurier University Golden Hawks.
L'entraîneur-chef Rick Newberg et les autres membres des Golden Hawks de Wilfred Laurier.
The key, of course, is how you handle the intense pressure. We heard from Mount Allison saying we played in the Atlantic Bowl. It can't be much bigger than that. I think it is much bigger.
Talking about playing in the Atlantic Bowl, that's George Wright, and he was saying that, listen, we played in a big bowl game before. We know what it's going to be like playing in the Sky Dome. I bet you George's heart rate now is racing 100 miles an hour because it's a little bit different. The noise level in this building is one thing that Mount Allison have to concern themselves with because they're not used to it.
Jamie, I want to ask you about the two quarterbacks, Bill Cubis and Sean Hinkey. You've met them both. Which one do you think is better capable of handling the pressure of the Sky Dome in the big game?
Well, I think right now it'd have to be Bill Cubis because he got off to a bit of a rough start in the Churchill Bowl against Queens, but in the second half he seemed to settle down and get into his game. I tell you what, this first half for Mount Allison will seem to fly by because these guys are just going to be all in all looking around the building, all the people, and really being concerned with the atmosphere in here.
Just a few minutes away from game time. Time now for the national anthem and a tradition at Vanier Cups and Vanier Cup week. He's Louis Orr. He was a player for the University of New Brunswick. He had a serious accident, but he's here to sing the national anthem. He does it every year, and it's a pleasure to watch and listen. Louis Orr.
Now we ask you to please stand and join in our national anthem, sung by Mr. Louis Orr, a former fullback with the University of New Brunswick and the Lester B. Pearson High School Choir from Burlington, Ontario.
Veuillez vous lever et nous joindre pour l'hymne national interprété par M. Lewis Orr, ancien arrière de l'Université du Nouveau-Brunswick, et le choral de l'école secondaire Lester B. Pearson de Burlington.
Ô Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front sien de fleurs glorieuses, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il se porte la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Ô Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in our son's command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for
We're ready for intro. Now joining referee Doug Rideout for the official coin toss are the team captains, accompanied by their respective university presidents. Dr. John Weir of Wilfred Laurier University and Dr. Ian Newbold of Mount Allison University.
Voici les capitaines qui se joignent à l'arbitre Doug Rideout pour le tirage au sort officiel, accompagnés par leur président Doug Weir de Wilfred Laurier et Ian Newbold de Mount Allison.
Interesting choice by the Mount Allison Mounties. They had the choice to receive in the first or second half, and they chose to grab the ball in the first half and try to do something with it. As you look at the Reebok fan cam, that camera on the head of a fan in the stands, and you'll see the game the way he sees it right now. This is what he sees. When we return, it's the kickoff for the 1991 Vanier Cup on TSN. Welcome back to the Skydome, everybody. The build-up has gone on for 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks ago that the Mount Allison Mounties and the Laurier Golden Hawks qualified for today's Vanier Cup. Well, the build-up is all over. Just moments ago, they held a ceremonial kickoff. The Minister of Fitness and Amateur Sport, Pierre Cadieux, showed that he belongs with that title as he hit a very nice kick. I think perhaps challenging Pierre Trudeau of about 20 years ago for the longest kick. Pierre Cadieux ceremonially got the day underway just moments ago, and we are now ready to do it for real. The Mount Allison Mounties and the Laurier Golden Hawks, neither one has ever won a Vanier Cup. The Laurier Golden Hawks have tried a number of times and failed. As a matter of fact, they tried 3 times within a period of 6 years, while the Mount Allison Mounties, and now you saw them in 1984 against the Guelph Griffins. They had a pretty good football team in that year, didn't they?
Yes, they did. They had some very fine players, and most notably, they had an individual by the name of Larry Oglesby, who was a President's Trophy winner that year, who was a fine football player. And they controlled that game for 3 quarters, but Guelph managed to throw that touchdown pass to Perry Cece, who became player of the game, and that turned it around, made it Guelph 22, Mount Allison 13.
Really appreciate the gravity of this game when you think that Laurier, for the past 20 years, has had a good football team almost every year, yet the Laurier Golden Hawks have not been in a Vanier Cup since 1972.
Yeah, it really is incredible when you think of the number of fine teams they have had. Now, the closest they've been in recent history was in 1987, when they made it to the Churchill Bowl against the University of British Columbia Thunderbirds. The game was out in Vancouver, and Laurier ended up losing it just in the last couple of minutes of that football game.
We're set to go. Pat O'Leary will kick it off for the Laurier Golden Hawks. They will move left to right on your screen. The Mount Allison Mounties, winners of the AUAA, winners in the Atlantic Bowl, defeating the defending champs Saskatchewan Huskies, will move right to left. Someone today will win the Vanier Cup for the first time. And the star, Grant Keeney, will get this game underway from his 13-yard line. Look for the reverse, and that's what they go with. Mount Allison pulls a trick right away, and they get a pretty good return out to the 37-yard line. That's where the Mount Allison Mounties will begin. It was Mark Hayes, a slot back, who took the reverse from Grant Keeney. Let's set the Mount Allison offense for you. They have been fairly balanced between running and passing. O'Leary, Mansfield, Jardine, Beaumont, and Barrasso on the offensive line. O'Leary and Jardine were all conference. It's Sean Hickey at quarterback, Grant Keeney, and a very good blocking back, Scott O'Neill, in the backfield. And the receivers, good balance throughout. I guess Mark Hayes would likely be the best. He caught 25 and 6 touchdowns over the course of the season, and he was pretty good 2 weeks ago against the Saskatchewan Huskies. First down, 36-yard line. Keeney, penetration right away from Laurier. They hit him in the backfield. 2 men through, read it right away, and then another 3 followed up, and it's a loss of 3 for Grant Keeney, and a great way to start for the Laurier Golden Hawks. Let's set up this Laurier defense. I think the best in the nation, certainly the front 7. Hugh Lawson, Reinhard Keller, and Mark Ferguson in the front 3. The linebackers outstanding. Robinson, Grossman, Nagy, and Burkett. Grossman is the best, but maybe just by a shade. On the corners, Biskey, outstanding. Taylor, blazing speed. He might be the person they go after. Parrott, Campbell, and Knox inside. It's second down and 13 yards to go for the Mount Allison Mounties from their 35. He's got good time, and he throws downfield, good coverage, and very nearly picked off by Greg Knox. Biskey was right with his man as well.
Well, you can see what Laurier are trying to do, come out in the first down. They're trying to play a lot of pressure up front. 4 down linemen, or 3 down linemen, 1 linebacker. They're dropping people off into the secondary. Now, what's unusual in this play, second down, Laurier do not like to go a lot of zone defense. They played a lot of man. They went to zone coverage that time, and Hickey couldn't get the ball to Sonny Lacroix.
Now, we were talking about who might handle the pressure the best. Hickey was really zeroed in on one receiver there, and the man was not open.
That's right. They had 4 receivers to one side. He tried to go back to the weak side with 1 receiver.
Ron Squires has had a terrific week of practice. He has boomed everything in sight. Squires will kick for the Mount Allison Mounties. Lonnie Taylor, a good kick returner, back for the Laurier Golden Hawks. It's a fairly high kick and a good one. This will be Andrew Yearwood at his 36-yard line, and Yearwood's going to try to get to the outside. He's got the speed to do it. Now he cuts back inside, and a good return of 12 yards by Andrew Yearwood as he's out to the 50-yard line, and the Laurier Golden Hawks will start with good field position. Bill Kubis will lead them onto the field. His playoff numbers a little bit under 500. The yards significant, but of great note for Bill Cubis was his ability to hand the ball off 2 weeks ago to Andy Cicchini. It was Cicchini that really bailed the Laurier Golden Hawks out. Now, injuries are a factor for Laurier, and over the next few seconds we'll establish just how hurt they are at receiver. Scharschmidt goes to the top of your screen, Scoop to the bottom. Cubis, P.J. Martin, the fullback, generally a blocker, hasn't carried the ball much, and he carries the ball on first down and picks up 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Now, the Laurier offensive line, big and strong, as you really have to be playing in the OUAA. The offensive line, I think, really Sean had its brightest moment last week against the Queens Golden Gales when given a chance to block for the run. They were outstanding. As for the receivers, Cubis, Martin, and Cicchini in the backfield. Cicchini will do the bulk of the ball carrying. And the receivers, Scharschmidt, torn knee ligaments, will start. Stuka, an unknown injury, will limp his way onto the field. So they are really hurt at wide receiver. 2nd and 6. Cubis throws over the middle. He's got a man wide open. It's Ralph Spaltor, and Spaltor makes the catch. And Jamie, he'll have to catch a lot of balls today with the other injuries.
Yeah, I think so. But this is what Laurier's done all year now. They've thrown the ball successfully short all year long. Now, what's interesting, last week they ran the ball successfully. Now, Mount Allison is going to get the film from 2 weeks ago when they played in the Churchill Bowl. They're going to see them running the ball all the time, not having great success throwing it. Their game plan might be more to stop the run as opposed to the pass, and Laurier might be able to take advantage of that.
Here's Cicchini's first carry of the game. He gets a nice block from Martin and scoots ahead for 8. It'll be 2nd down and 2. Mount Allison defensively, very strong throughout. I don't think you can pinpoint one particular area of strength. Along the defensive line, the best is probably Sebastian Moreau. He's been all-conference the past 2 years. The linebackers, Dan McDonald, Wright, and McIntyre, they're all good. And in the secondary, probably the best is John Kosempo, who had 10 interceptions and was all-Canadian. But they're strong in the corner as well with Matty Lacroix and Daniel Kaya. 2nd down and short, and they throw. It's over the head of P.J. Martin and underneath Ralph Spaltor. Hard to even tell who he was throwing to.
Yeah, it was, because he threw it right over the head of P.J. Martin and in front of Ralph Spaltor. And Bill Cubis kind of looking around, realizing sometimes when the receiver is so wide open, you have a tendency to try to hand on the ball. That time he overthrew P.J. Martin.
Let's find out what's happening in field level. Let's go to Gord Miller.
Michael, Pat O'Leary, the punter for Wilfred Laurier, has a broken toe. He had it frozen about an hour ago, but the freezing didn't take very well. He just had another shot to it, so he has no feeling in the toe on his kicking foot, but he says he'll go and play.
That's what he's doing right now. Pat O'Leary will kick and try to pin the Mount Allison Mounties deep into their own zone.
They only have 11 people on the field, Mount Allison.
It's a high kick and a beautiful kick. No feeling might be the way for all punters. This is an outstanding kick, and they'll get a single point. He was angling for the sidelines, and he did it beautifully. And the Mount Allison Mounties will begin from their 35-yard line. 41-yard kick high into the Sky Dome roof, and it is 1-0 for the Laurier Golden Hawks. Both quarterbacks seem a little bit tentative.
Yeah, right now I think they're just going to try and get that first series out of their system right now, and they can relax a little bit. But interestingly enough, you know, Mount Allison's offense presents all sorts of problems for Laurier's defense because they are a formation team. They come out with quad, 4 receivers to one side. They'll come out in a high backfield. They'll come out in an ace backfield, 1 back, all sorts of different formations.
You spoke of the quad, 4 receivers to one side. That's what Sean Hickey sends out right now at the bottom of your screen. You don't see 2 of them, but there are 4 at the bottom. 1st down and 10. They throw quickly. It's a lateral. Highs could throw it, but he decides to run. And Mark Highs picks up 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Sean Hickey probably had his best week of the year versus Saskatchewan. These are his regular season passing statistics, exactly at 500, 10 touchdowns and only 1 interception.
Now that's the key right there, only 1 interception. This is a team that does not beat itself by turnovers. Grant Keeney, another one, 232 carries, only 1 fumble all year long.
So when you have a guy carrying the ball that much and a guy passing the ball that much and only 2 turnovers, as you say, you're not beating yourself. 2nd down and a short 5 from Mount Allison. The ball's right at the 40-yard line. Keeney and Scott O'Neill in the backfield. And Grant Keeney goes high over the top, and they think he comes down a little bit short. Keeney picked up about 4.5, and he comes up a half-yard short.
You can see one of the other things that Mount Allison like to do is they like to come back with counter. In the second half against Saskatchewan in the Atlantic Bowl, they countered Saskatchewan all day long because they set up the full flow offense in the first half.
And you saw a great play by Reinhard Keller coming down underneath and taking the feet out from underneath Grant Keeney in our first gamble of the game. 3rd down and exactly a half yard. He has to make it right to the 45-yard strike. Hickey, deep starting play, and they don't get the first down. They only needed inches, but by the time he handed it off, they needed about 4 yards.
Take a look at the surge by the Laurier defensive line, and then Fred Grossman, number 77, he gets in there along with Hugh Lawson and Reinhard Keller.
Jimmy, I don't understand starting a play when you only need inches 4 yards deep. You got the 1 yard advantage off the ball.
Well, their philosophy is you give it to your best back, and their best back is Grant Keeney. And maybe he's been doing that all year for them, and they decided to give him the ball. You think at 5'8", 200 pounds, you could get a yard.
Fred Grossman in on the tackle, and what a key tackle it was. 45-yard line. Here's Laurier. Cicchini follows P.J. Martin through. Martin got through cleanly first, and Cicchini follows him for 13.
Well, there's that off-tackle play out of the I formation that Laurier ran very successfully against Queens in the Churchill Bowl. That's one of the plays that you'll see them run all day long. They just love this. They lead with P.J. Martin. Then he didn't see anybody, so he cuts back inside.
Now, that's got to be a great sign when your fullback gets through cleanly with nobody to block.
No question. No question.
1st and 10, 33-yard line. The key play of this game so far, 9:21 to play in the first quarter, was the 3rd down gamble by Mount Allison that failed. Here's P.J. Martin, 2 hands on the ball. And down from underneath on the ground, a Mount Allison defender, and the gain is but 1.
Now it's George Wright, the fine inside linebacker, 6'4", 240 pounds. The thing they like about him is that he's so big and rangy, and he's got very good speed. So you'll see him trying to fire into those gaps and trying to screw things up, the integrity up of the offensive line of Mount Allison.
2nd down and long for the Laurier Golden Hawks. Scharschmidt wide to the left. He's got the torn ligaments. Stoop with a bad ankle wide to the right. And they go with the draw play to P.J. Martin, but it's not going to work. Mount Allison read it very well. And a player moved in late, maybe thinking he saw a fumble, but it's well short of a first down. And now Laurier must decide between punt and field goal attempt.
Take a look, they give it to P.J. Martin. You can see number 54, Dave Luna, actually came in on a stunt and came down the line of scrimmage and made the tackle.
Ralph Spaltor will hold the ball. He'll pin it at the 36.5-yard line. Spiros Anastasakis will attempt it from there. It's 1-0 for the Laurier Golden Hawks. 20 for 26 on the year. Deadly accurate. And he starts this game out very well. A 36-yard field goal by Spiros Anastasakis. It's 4-0 Laurier.
And the interesting thing is he had more than enough distance. I mean, his longest all year long has been 39 yards.
More than enough distance, and Laurier turns the turnover into 3 points. I don't understand trying to play that deep.
Which one?
The 3rd down gamble. That's crazy.
You're lucky it only turned into 3 points.
Thank you. Great job, guys. You're watching the Vanier Cup coming to you from Skydome, the world's greatest entertainment center. Let's go to the Sightlines bar where Leif Pettersson and Larry Haler are, guys.
Larry, first big turnover of the game in the first quarter. Laurier stopping Mount Allison. You're not surprised by the good defense that Laurier has?
Well, I'm not, Leif, at all. I think the key to any great defense is how you protect the linebackers. And Nagy inside and Grossman inside, they have 2 great players, but up front, they got a nose tackle in Ferguson and 2 of the best defensive tackles I've seen in Keller and in Lawson. And the quickness of Keller and Lawson is the key to their defense in protecting those linebackers.
They are a pretty good, quick group. Michael?
Thanks, guys. Jamie, it's 4-0. It's easy to say what they do well. Now, on the other side of the ball, if you're the Mount Allison Mounties, considering that imposing front 7, what do you look at?
Well, I think they come out and run that quads formation again because they have 2 hot receivers, and then if they don't get any pressure at all, Hickey can pick out the open receiver. But now they're going back into a more balanced set.
1st and 10, 35-yard line. They've had 2 drives. One was a punt, one was a turnover. And here's Grantini way deep in the backfield. He cuts upfield and picks up maybe 1. Great penetration by John Campbell, the rover. And now a penalty comes down late.
You take a look at Sean Hickey giving the snap count to his running backs. I assume that's what he's doing. It's on one, the pitch out right side. But you can see how Laurier's defensive backs are playing up very, very tight, trying to match one-on-one with the receivers and playing man coverage. Very tough to run the ball outside, but you don't have any room to get down the field.
Well, they get a break, though. Keeney didn't pick up anything, maybe a half yard, but they get 10 on the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against the Laurier Golden Hawks. So the Mount Allison Mounties pick up their first down of the game. Key, I gather, from Mount Allison seems to be, if you can take the first half of the first quarter as any indication, is their ability to adapt to what appears to be a tough situation running the ball.
Yeah, no question about it. You can see Laurier are uptight right in their receivers, trying to play man coverage. Their linebackers are uptight as well.
1st and 10 after the penalty. And again, tough sledding. That's Scott O'Neill, and he picked up 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Let's go back down to the last play in the very end. And the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Fred Grossman, number 77, was the man. He came in late, not particularly late, or not particularly vicious, but they assessed him the 10-yard penalty, and it's now 2nd down and 7 for Mount Allison.
Freddie Grossman, one of the best linebackers in Canada, selected All-Canadian this past weekend.
In his 5th year, what a great way to go out with a championship if he can do it. And the Laurier Golden Hawks know that they're going to have to largely do it with defense. 2nd down and 7. 6:57 to play in the first quarter. Here's Grant Keeney. Interesting 2nd and 7 call. Gets turned upfield, drops the ball. It's a free ball, and Laurier has got it. Greg Knox, the quarterback of the defense, was right there for an easy fumble recovery.
Actually, it looked like a good play initially because Laurier were firing their linebackers inside, but look at him fight off the block. Actually, John Campbell as well with Greg Knox come in.
John Campbell and then Fred Grossman moving across, and that was a nasty combination.
Now, this is incredible. You want to see some people get hit here. Now, Grant Keeney has the ball in the wrong hand, and that's why it's fumbled. You're running to your right, you have to carry the ball in the right hand to protect it.
Back to the action. Kubas looks downfield for Shar. Schmidt knocked away. Outstanding defense. I believe it was Terry Bachman, the rover, moving over on the coverage, and it was perfect on Schmidt.
Yeah, along with Matty Lacroix. Now, Matty Lacroix has man coverage. Now, watch this hit on Schmidt at the end here. Right here, boom, lowers the shoulder right into his head. Now, if you're Rich Newborough, you got to be concerned about those kind of things because you don't want to be losing your receivers. They don't have too many of them.
Well, lose receivers is what they've done all season long. All kinds of injuries. 2nd down and 10. Cicchini needs to make the 10, and he's not going to do it. The first man there was linebacker Phil McDonald, and the Golden Hawks will have to kick it right back. Yes, we expected to see lots of defense, and that's what we've seen so far.
Well, that's the strength of both of these teams. You said at the top of the show, both defense.
Watch Andrew Scharschmidt playing already with torn knee ligaments, the left leg very bandaged. They called it a slight tear. It's an injury that might take 6 weeks to heal. He had 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. He's even back, and everybody was saying that maybe the most valuable player this year for Laurier should be the team doctor because he's done a great job of putting this team back on the field.
Pat O'Leary to kick it away. 4-0 for the Laurier Golden Hawks. 5:51 to play in the first quarter. O'Leary, the doctor had to work on him, freezing him twice, and this is a pretty good high kick. And Mark Hayes from his 19-yard line gets to the outside and picks up 7 on the return. Good coverage by number 34, Johan Joseph. 34 on the kick, 7 on the return, and the Mount Allison Mounties, when we return, will begin from their 32-yard line, trailing it by 4. The numbers are awful. Those numbers, Mount Allison numbers, are awful.
Oh, I know.
Okay. Those numbers. If you can, Bruce, if you can pick something up like on an interception, Mount Allison or something, give me a name. Because I can't tell. Welcome back to Skydome. Gord Miller's on the sidelines with a man who had a great kick, the Minister Pierre Cadieux.
Thanks very much, Michael. From the class of 72 at McGill, we believe you came close to the Vanier Cup record for the ceremonial kickoff, but Mr. Trudeau's record still stands.
Well, I guess it does, but I didn't kick off today, so I guess it might still be to come.
Now, you are expecting a report today from a task force on amateur sport following the Dublin inquiry. What are you expecting from them?
Well, we're expecting quite a few recommendations, which may bring in some changes with respect to what amateur sport is all about in this country, following the Dublin inquiry, etc. So it's the last stages, but the fundamental questions: what's amateur sport, and what are the roles, for instance, of government, all the other players, etc. I think it's going to be very interesting, and I'm looking forward to the report.
And we'll look forward to watching some more great amateur sport. Michael?
Scored 3 possessions for Mount Allison, a punt, a turnover on downs, and a fumble. Here's number 4, which begins from the 32-yard line. 2 hands on the ball this time for Grant Keeney, and Keeney with his best gain of the day. It's close to 7. It'll be 2nd and 3.
Now you can see Mount Allison are trying everything in their offense right now. They've been trying to run quads to one side, 4 receivers throwing the ball. They try to run pitch. Now they're going back to option, and that's a play that they've run successfully all year long. And actually, Hickey against St. Mary's had a long run in the AUAA final that ended up winning the game for them. So watch for Hickey to run the ball as well.
Very much a feeling out process so far for Mount Allison. They've only thrown the ball once, and it was an incompletion. 2nd down, a little better situation this time. 2nd down and 4 for the Mounties. And it's option once again, but perhaps they exercised the wrong option. Grant Keeney, nothing there. Dave Nagy, first man through.
And I tell you what, Michael, it's going to be tough sledding in there all day long with Keller, Ferguson, and Lawson. Not only are those guys quick, but they're strong. They all bench over 400 pounds. It's going to be hard to drive them off the ball. And that's the last guy you want to be running to is Reinhard Keller, all Canadian this season, and he's maybe the best.
His stock has just gone up with each and every game that he's played. Ron Squire's stock has gone up well. He has had a great week of practice, perhaps shown the strongest leg that we've seen all season.
Yeah, no question. We saw him booming 50, 60-yarders in here in practice this week. Must be a punter's dream to be in this building.
Laurier likes to block kicks. Let's see how quickly Squires can get it away. They have 11 men at the line of scrimmage. Tim Biskey in particular is their best. They come after him, and the kick just gets away, and it's a nice high kick. Ronnie Taylor stops, spins around, keeps going, but nothing on the return. Good coverage by the Mount Allison Mounties. And how do the fans feel about that 36-yard kick and just 2 on the return? Let's go to the Reebok fan cam. It is now in the section of the... Let's see where they are. You get a good look at what the fans are seeing. The camera's actually on the helmet of a fan. And as he pivots his head, basically the camera acts at his eyes. And there it is. And the spinning light on the head even tells you when it's there. I think it's working fairly well. This is the first time that we've used that.
Yeah, it looks actually quite good. I think it'd be fun to get into the stands with that camera. I think the fans' reaction in a college game, very vocal.
The Reebok fan cam. We'll get back to it in a few moments. Right now, the action, 37-yard line. First down. Stuke hit immediately by Daniel Kaya, perhaps the biggest defensive back that we've ever seen at 6'5", but he makes the height work for him with leverage. He had 8 interceptions.
Well, when you read the Mount Allison media guide, they say Daniel Kaya, the largest corner in captivity. And I mean, he's a big one, 6'5", 185 pounds only, so he's tall and rangy. But, you know, he seems to get beat in games, and everybody thinks, oh, I can throw the ball over him. But, boy, when he puts out that hand, he can knock it away. But he's against a big receiver in Brent Stuke.
Brent Stuke, it's 2nd down and 2. Cicchini follows P.J. Martin into the line, and he still keeps those legs going. Good run by Andy Cicchini. Picked up 9 in the first down. Now, the question is, getting back to the play before, do you lay off Stuke the way Kaya did? Stuke is playing with a very, very sore ankle. They don't know exactly what the injury is and really doesn't have his normal speed.
So they've actually got pretty good speed. As we take a look at Andy Cicchini, they love to run that off tackle, and now it's actually lead. They're just leading with P.J. Martin through the hole. And look at Andy Cicchini. I mean, he's just keeping his legs going and going, pumping away. This will be his last game with the Laurier Golden Hawks after starting every single game in his college career.
Kubas, first down, looks to the air again, looks for Scharschmidt, he's wide open. Scharschmidt, 20, inside the 10, down to the 5-yard line. To Andrew Scharschmidt, playing with a partially torn knee ligament.
And this is a nice read by Bill Kubas, puts it outside. Now Matty Lacroix came up and played short. He was expecting Eric Deegan to come over and give him a hand. Scharschmitz gets right into between that zone, and Bill Cubas heads up to find him for a huge gain for Laurier.
Got it down to the 7-yard line. First and goal. Cicchini to the right. Cicchini twisting and turning, and he makes his way down to the 2-yard line.
Tell you, I think we've seen that play a lot. I'll tell you what, Mount Allison right now are going to have to start sticking some guys in the gaps and not allowing that offensive line to get down on the linebackers and Mount Allison.
2-yard line. That's where the ball has been placed for the Laurier Golden Hawks. They already lead it 4-0. And they look to get into the end zone for the first time. This set up on the key 50-yard reception by Andrew Scharschmidt. 3 backs in behind Bill Cubas. Cubas gives the ball off, and Brenner looks for the end zone but doesn't make it. And now, Rich Newbrough in a familiar position. 3 times on 3 straight possessions, he was faced with 3rd and goal against Queens, and he went for it every time.
Well, I think he's going to go for it here as well because he's down close. They can put him away here, but you take a look again. It's George Wright from his linebacking spot, slides through the gap and gets into the backfield and makes the tackle. That's a great play by George Wright.
Craig Brenner not even close to the end zone, and Bill Cubas indicates that he wants a timeout and heads over to talk to his offensive coordinator, Rick Smith. You might wonder why he's not talking to the head coach, Rich Newbrough. He's upstairs with a headset on. He watches from up top.
And Rick Smith as well has played in the Vanier Cup back in 1980. Is the University of Ottawa GGs when he was a quarterback there, played University of Alberta Golden Bears, so he has some experience being in the big game.
Well, the ball's right on the 1-yard line. It's 4-0 for the Laurier Golden Hawks. That's where Rich Newbrough looks from and makes all of his decisions from. And he had a lot of decisions exactly like this against Queens.
I think what they're going to do right now, Michael, is that they're going to come out and go again to the right. They seem to like to go to Gisborne and Cooper's side, the 2 offensive linemen on that side. They're just going to try and block everybody down, get P.J. Martin, lead him, and kick out the first man on or outside of the end, and then try and run Cicchini up the middle.
4-0 for Laurier. This is the Vanier Cup. The Laurier Golden Hawks have the ball on the 1-yard line. Cicchini, the deep back, with 3 in the backfield. Andy Cicchini scores untouched. Well, they went left that time, and there was all kinds of room as P.J. Martin led the way. Well, I think fans will cheer anytime you put a camera on them, but when your team scores a touchdown, you've got ample reason to cheer. And there's another reason to cheer. It's the conversion attempt, which is good. And so far, it has been all Laurier. They opened with a single, they've been building, they got a field goal, and now they've got a touchdown. And when you add it all up, they lead it by a score of 11-0.
Okay, this is off tackle play. When they get in the I formation back here, that power off, they're going to take actually this lineman here, and then they're going to block out here, and they're going to leave P.J. Martin out here, and then Brenner's going to come up here and pick up garbage. Cicchini's going to carry the ball right into the end zone, untouched. Roll it. So he just reads a block, and actually Brenner gets a block that springs him into the end zone. Excellent play.
Cicchini scored 3 against the Queens Golden Gales. He has 1 now. Let's go to sidelines for Leaf and Larry.
Well, Michael, it took a little while for Laurier to get that high-powered offense in gear, but Larry, strangely enough, we wondered how well they could pass the ball this afternoon. They had no trouble on that last possession.
Well, I think that Scharschmidt's health is an issue, and it appears from what he did on the long reception that set up the touchdown that his health is good, and he's going to be a factor in this game, and that's very important for Laurier.
Michael, I don't think Mount Allison can afford to get too far behind.
It's a good point, Leaf. I don't think there's any question the Mounties have got to mount something right now. And the kickoff, a very good one, back to the 2-yard line. Directing traffic, but all kinds of traffic, and the first man down makes the tackle. Number 24, Sean Morris. And the return is but 9 yards. The scoring drive went like this. 73 yards in total, just 6 plays. The final 1 yard on 3rd down to Andy Cicchini. Key 50-yard reception by Andrew Scharschmidt, who I guess gave testimony that his knee, while it's sore and will need attention after the season, and we'll get him downfield today.
Yeah, he's really looking impressive right now because he's certainly not affected by that knee, and a big, big sigh of relief for Rich Newbro knowing that his big receiver is okay.
No signs of relief so far from Mount Allison. They're deep in their own territory. Penetrating linebacker. Hickey's in trouble. He throws, and it's incomplete. Now, are they going to call him for grounding? I'm not quite sure why the call of grounding would be there. There is a receiver right there. Jim Burkett was the first man through. He got through in a hurry. Sean Hickey was clearly in the grasp. I thought we might hear the whistle blown. Let's find out what the call is.
No flag. Incomplete pass. Second down.
I was wondering why they would call grounding, because there was clearly a receiver here. Hickey's in trouble. Burkett's right in his face. And it's pretty close to safety touch material. But to throw, you don't have the opportunity to see it. And Ken Green, who's the head of the officials, is with Jamie Bone right now.
Ken Green, can you give us an idea what the play call was there and why the official threw the flag?
He may have been thinking intentional grounding, but he probably got some help from the umpire, and the flag was waved off.
Grant Keeney on second down and long, and it's now third down and long. Mount Allison, trouble with first down. They've been faced with gaining almost nothing on first down, and second, they have been very conservative. This was actually a lateral, so they continue to run the ball on second down and long. Yeah, that's a lateral, and Grant Keeney right there. Beautiful reaction by just another one of the fine defensive players. That's John Campbell, and you know Campbell is having himself a terrific football game. 11 men at the line of scrimmage now in the face of Ron Squires. He was under big pressure last time. Yearwood at the bottom of your screen, number 29. Biskey, number 16 at the top. They go after him. Good snap, and Biskey just missed by a hair. Good kick by Squires. And the return, not much. So the 51-yard line is where Laurier will begin this drive. And I guess for Mount Allison, it worked out about as well as it could. But watch Tim Biskey, number 16.
Well, Tim Biskey's getting closer every time. And, you know, he is their big punt blocker in that Laurier punt cover team.
39 yards in the kick, just one on the return. 50-yard line for Laurier. They already lead at 11-0. And I'm surprised by Mount Allison's second down calls. They've been very conservative.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I think they're going to have to start running some play action pass and first down and try and get Laurier out of that play, that very tight up on the line of scrimmage. They need a big play right now to get all the momentum back on their side.
Great look at Mark Laurier. You might look at him and say, you know, what's that high schooler doing on the bench? I thought that wasn't allowed. That's not a high schooler. That is the head coach of the Mount Allison Mounties, the youngest head coach ever in a Vanier Cup. Rough play against the Laurier Golden Hawks on the return, so they're forced back even further to their 45-yard line. Kubis sends Stuke and Spaltor to the right. Here's Cicchini following P.J. Martin. Tough running, and he picks up 4. It'll be second down and 6.
Well, you can see Mount Allison right now, when they came out in that preset, they came in what they call an eagle look or a TNT look. They had the nose over the center and the 2 defensive tackles over the guards and the linebackers over the offensive tackles. But at the last moment, they switched it. They took the tackles, the defensive tackles, put them outside, and that kind of confused the blocking up front for Laurier. So you might see a little bit more of that.
Last play of the first quarter, barring penalty. It's 11-0 for the Laurier Golden Hawks. Cicchini, second and long, and they run the ball. Penalty in the backfield. Cicchini turns the corner. He's got the speed to do it. Andy Cicchini takes a wallop, but he picked up 25 yards. But let's see what the call is, and it might very well be holding. It is holding against the Laurier Golden Hawks, so a 25-yard gain will end up going back 10 in the other direction. So a net loss of 35 yards. And Andy Cicchini just needs a little bit of room. He's got the power to make the hole for himself and the speed to get around the end.
Holding. 52, Laurier. Second down repeated.
52 is the left tackle, Brad Barker. So the first quarter continues. The first quarter that was all Laurier. Only one first down for the Mount Allison Mounties, and it was on a penalty. We knew that Laurier's defense was imposing, but perhaps not quite to the extent they have shown. 3 penalties. That's been about the only bad news for Laurier. P.J. Martin, nice one-handed catch, but he's not going to be able to turn it upfield enough. It was second down and 19. And the gain is just a few, so Laurier will have to kick it away.
And again, look who's there. It's George Wright, second-team All-Canadian linebacker. I mean, he's going to be a tough guy to run away from. He can get out on the flat. You see the blood on his nose. This is a nice job by P.J. Martin to catch it. And once the fan get hit right at the end here, boom, and the camera person. It's dangerous on those sidelines.
Players tend to get to you in an awful hurry. Not a good first quarter for the Mount Allison Mounties, but a great one for the Laurier Golden Hawks. They got a single, a field goal, and a touchdown. And after one, it's 11-0 in the Vanier Cup. Welcome back to the Sky Dome, everybody. This is the third Vanier Cup in the Sky Dome, and Gord Miller is with one of the men responsible for putting it here.
Thank you, Michael. I'm with Norm Jameson, the chairman of the Vanier Cup Committee, and the third Vanier Cup at Sky Dome is a great party again.
Fabulous success. Every event that we've had this week has been sold out. The Coach of the Year luncheon on Wednesday, the awards ceremony Thursday night. We had a lunch for 2 teams yesterday, various functions around the city this morning. Everything's packed. There's standing room only in the press box, would you believe?
All right, thanks very much, Norm. Back to Michael.
Done a great job, Norm Jameson. This event just continues to build. O'Leary with the frozen toe. The frozen toe is been pretty good. Here's Mark Hayes at his 28-yard line. Mounties could use something, but they're not going to get much of a return, and a penalty marker comes down. May have been a face mask. Came down just at that period when it perhaps was too late for a block. But perhaps it was an illegal block, as the Laurier Golden Hawks get the first indication pointing towards Mount Allison.
Blocking from the rear, 54 Mount Allison, first down.
Young team like Mount Allison, you want to start well, and they just really haven't had any successes at all so far, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's really hurting them. They have to get something going. And look, you can kind of see they're kind of walking around, looking up at the screen to see where the holding took place with a clip.
Yep, good call, number 54.
Yep.
That's Dave Luna, and that's a good call and a bad penalty to take, because now Mount Allison starts from its 17-yard line. They haven't had any field position at all, and they've been very conservative. Hickey has thrown just 3 passes, 1 for 3, no yards. I don't mean no yards in the punt, I mean no yards. Bill Kubis, on the other hand, 4 for 6 for 71 yards, the key a 50-yarder to Andrew Scharschmidt. First and 10 for Mount Allison. Here's Keeney, and Keeney this time finally finds a hole, and he turns it upfield. Grant Keeney had been bottled up all through the first, but he busts it out to the 40-yard line for a gain of 23.
Well, the play is designed to go right, but Keeney with that vision decides that, hey, the right's blocked off. I got to cut it back up against the grain, and you can see the kind of speed that he possesses. He's 4'5", 40 man, and that's a legit 4'5", 40. At 5'8", 200 pounds, I mean, when he gets it going, it's tough to bring him down.
He just loved to have the opportunity to run 40 yards. That was the furthest that he's run today. It was 23. Before that, it had been about 1 or 2 yards at a time. See if they get some momentum. Swarmed all over. Dave Nagy was there. Mark Ferguson was there, and the gain is just 1. It'll be 2nd down and 9. And the first quarter statistics give you a pretty good idea of just how dominant Laurier was. 5 first downs to just 1 from Mount Allison, and that was on a penalty. Yards rushing 46. Nice balance between rushing and passing. Nothing through the air. Really nothing at all for Mount Allison, except for those 2 turnovers.
No, and you look at the yards rushing for Mount Allison. Keeney ripped off more yardage in that one play we saw play before than they had in the whole first quarter.
But they're going to have to find something other than Grant Keeney to win this football game.
No question, no question. The quarterback's going to have to come through for him, as all good quarterbacks have to in big games.
Initial penetration. Hickey's going to run. He's a pretty good runner, and he turns it upfield and comes pretty close to a first down. He had to make it close to the 50-yard line.
Well, that's the added dimension that Sean Hickey gives the Mount Allison Mounties, is that he can kind of get back there and buy himself some time and scramble. You can see a straight drop back here, and he sees people collapsing inside, and then he sees Hugh Lawson coming after him, and he realizes, I got to get out of here. Little stutter step, tries to get upfield, and look where he's looking. He's looking at the first down marker to see if he has enough. It's going to be a bit short, though.
He's short by actually a full yard, and Sean Hickey says, last time we were 3rd in inches and we didn't make it, I better take a time out and talk it over with Mark Laurier.
You know, it's interesting. We were talking to Sean Hickey this week, and I said, how do you feel about playing in the Dome? I said, actually, my uncle helped build this Dome. He's the vice president with Ellis Don, the company that built this place, so he's familiar with it to some extent.
Sean Hickey is a familiar name, at least Hickey is around Mount Allison University. Did you know that his 2 great great-grandfathers attended Mount Allison University in 1875?
Yes, I did.
Did you know that?
Yes,
I wonder
I
if
did.
Leif and Larry knew that. Let's go to Sightlines and find out, guys.
Well, Michael, we're going to put the coach to work right now. Coach, does Mount Allison have to gamble?
I think they've got to gamble, but more importantly than gambling, they can't afford to lose it. I mean, if they lose it, they've got bad field position, 11-0 down, and they made a great play off their goal line, Leaf, and they're in position now to generate some momentum. As we were saying up here, they got to get something going. They got to take away the momentum that Laurier has right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. They got to go and get it. Michael?
Well, they're going to try to go and get it. Last time they tried and they failed, and last time it was 3rd and inches. They went with a deep starting play to Grand Keeney. Mark Laurier all smiles.
He doesn't look like a concerned man. You wouldn't know that his team was down 11-0.
11-0, and if there is a key point in the game with 12:40 to play in the second quarter, this is it. They face the toughest defensive front seven. Everybody bunched within a yard of the line of scrimmage. They give it to the first man through, and the first man through picks up the first down. He lost control of the ball, but they whistle it down, and he should have the first down. You know, football's a tough game when the defensive front seven is so tough, isn't it? Big first down for the Mount Allison Mounties. O'Neill was the ball carrier. And John Hickey still has yet to find his passing rhythm.
See O'Neill, looks like everything's going to the right, then they cut it back inside, trying to use the scrape and the tear of that Laurier defense to create seams in the backside.
First down for Sean Hickey. This drive began at the 17-yard line. They got 23 yards on the run by Grant Keeney, and now they wanted to run the ball, nobody there, and they throw it, and Keeney drops the ball, but that's just as well because he was in the backfield. But Hickey turned around, wanted to hand it to someone, but nobody there.
Yeah, it looked like a broken play on behalf of Mount Allison.
Do you think they've got to start throwing the ball on first down?
I think so, Michael. I think this has been the strength. This is how they got here, beyond the arm of Sean Hickey 2 weeks ago in the Atlantic Bowl game. Played extremely well through a touchdown pass to Guillemot Servier and Mark Hayes as well. And
I'll be interested to hear what Larry Haler says and Lee Pedersen, but I find it a very passive Mount Allison offense so far. They took the ball, they got the kickoff, and they really haven't appeared to generate any offense at all or even attempted to.
Well, Laurier's defense has a tendency to do that as well.
Just 4 passes and no yards. 2nd and 10. Hickey sets up, got some time, throws, almost intercepted, and it is by Fred Grossman, the all-Canadian linebacker, and the nominee for the President's Trophy makes a terrific catch.
Well, Sean Hickey's expecting the big rush up here. You can see he's looking around for something downfield. He doesn't get his feet set. And when his feet aren't set and he's looking all the way, but that was a great interception by Fred Grossman.
Wow.
Back inside, diving catch.
When you talk about Fred Grossman, after seeing a catch like that, you really have to say he can do it all. The guy can cover on the pass, he can cover the run, he's got hands too.
Yeah, and he's got good speed. He's a 4.7 in the 40 as a linebacker, and that's pretty good.
3 turnovers, 2 of them on downs. Or, excuse me, 1 on downs, 1 fumble. Kubas pump fakes, Stuke. The ball is up high for the 6'4" Stuke, and he is out of bounds. He made the catch, but he came down out of bounds. Now that's exactly the way you want to throw it to a guy that high, I mean, with that kind of height.
Well, I'm surprised because they have another guy out there, the corner, Daniel Kaya. But let's take a look at the catch. Great catch, but great call by the official. Had 1 foot on the out-of-bounds line.
It's a good call, just a couple of toes on the line, but they were clearly on the line, and it's 2nd down and 10. Laurier much more willing to go up top and try to get something going. Here's Brenner, 2nd and 10, and Brenner finds a big hole, and Brenner finds the first down, but he drops the ball. And Mount Allison has a chance for the return. John Kosemple. Wow, what a turnaround this might be. Kosemple inside the 35. That's the fan cam, and that's the band, and for the first time, they can play in celebration. 32 yards in the return by Kosemple.
Well, they're trying to run actually counterplay with the slot back, and that's Craig Brenner. And he gets upfield, tucks the ball away a little bit, but coming back inside, Stefan Rigi comes in and makes the play. Now, John Kosemple did this 2 weeks ago in the Atlantico, intercepted a pass, but he returned it 80 yards for a touchdown. Another big turnover for the Mount Allison Mounties.
But they've got to turn it into points. Let's see if this inspires them. First down, 34-yard line. They keep it on the ground. Grant Keeney sprints outside, not going to make it outside. Do they have active defensive backs? Terry Bachman. Excuse me, number 28, Marty Parrott for Laurier is right there. And, you know, their defensive backs have made a handful of tackles.
Yeah, and they're actually really uptight on line of scrimmage. Within 5 yards, so they're coming across making these kind of plays.
John Kosemple made the key fumble recovery, and he gave them good field position on the return. But you say their defensive backs are up at the line of scrimmage. What does that tell you as a quarterback you have to do?
Well, I think you got to throw the ball behind them. I mean, you got to challenge these people. Come out and don't try and do anything fancy, but just say, listen, we think we can throw balls against you when you're playing up in our face.
36-yard line, Hickey fakes, 2nd and 6, throws over the middle, knocked away. Greg Knox.
Okay, that's one of the reasons why they're having such problems, because when Laurier are playing man coverage, they're covering those guys like a blanket. I mean, there's just nobody open. Trying to run bootleg action. Hickey comes back and sets up and throws inside. You know, Knox is right there to knock the ball away as he's attempting to throw it to Mark Hayes.
In your mind, should they be throwing on first down?
Yeah, I think so, and I think what they should start to get back to, I thought they were having pretty good success a few weeks ago when they ran that quads where they had a hot receiver, they had a little hitch outside, and they had the other two receivers, one running a hook, one running a seam, and he has 4 different receivers. You should be able to run that. Go back to it.
38-yarder, Eric Deegan will try to put Mount Allison on the board. And did they draw him offside? It won't be enough for a first down. The kick is through, and this becomes very interesting. Here's the choice. Do you take the 3, or do you want 3rd and 1?
Yeah, decision time right here for Marc Laurier.
He's already made the decision. He says,
take the points.
Take the points.
Or defense.
Wow, that's an interesting call.
Well, they used to have a coaching adage, never take points off the board unless it gives you a first down. That would have made it 3rd down and 1.
3rd and 1. Down 11-0 in the game. Perhaps that's a reflection of what he acknowledges as a young team wanting to at least give them something.
Offside. Laurier is declined. Field goal is good.
Now that is a very intriguing thought. Let's go to Sidelines Bar and find out what Leaf and Larry have to say, guys.
Larry, I'm going to put you really in trouble with the fraternity today. I mean, second guess the coach here. What do you think?
I thought it was a great call. You know, I mean, they can't go 3rd and 1 and not get the first down and come away with no points. I mean, now there are people on the sideline are thinking, hey, we're in it now. A touchdown gets us back into this football game, and I think that it was a great call by the coach.
Yeah, I do too. Michael?
Well, that's what the coach says. I'll ask you in a second, Jamie, if you're the quarterback, if you're Sean Hickey, what you want the coach to do. 1st and 10, Laurier after the good field goal, and Cicchini reads his blocking so well, doesn't he? Cicchini, a gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Now, as a quarterback, would you be saying to your coach, let's go for it?
Yeah, I think so, but I mean, a quarterback, that's why he's there. He has to listen, in fact, to what the coach is saying, but I would agree with Marc Laurentier's decision there that you don't take points off the board as we take a look at Andy Cicchini. Having a fine day so far.
Nice block by Dwayne Cooper as well. 2nd down and 5. 8:30 to play in the first half. Fake to Cicchini. Dubas, ample time to throw. Looks for small toy, pulls it down, and isn't going to make the first down. We heard lots about the Mount Allison defense, and they have been impressive.
Yeah, Jeff Dan coming in from his outside linebacker spot on the backside. Now, Andy Cicchini's known for his running. Well, Andy Cicchini had to block him. Jeff Dan made a nice move to get around Andy Cicchini, and then Bill Cubas could not find anybody downfield. You take a look, they fake it. You'll see Jeff Dan, number 52, and then Andy Cicchini just misses him. And you'll see in the backside, Jeff Dan comes in and makes a tackle.
Well, he wanted to go to Brent Stuke off the line of scrimmage.
Now, this is the kind of stuff we were talking about what Mount A should have done a little bit earlier in the football game. They're starting to get back to it. Start playing people up in the faces of the Laurier receivers.
Now, that's not Stuke. You might think from that hit that it was him. That's Andrew Scharschmidt who's down. He's playing with a partially torn left knee ligament. And that's definitely where the attention is.
And you can see the brace on his left knee as well, Andrew Scharschmidt.
Now, that play on Stuke before, we talked about the rules before the game, and the rule is you can only hit a player, you can only touch a player within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage.
That's correct.
And I gather he was within that 1 yard.
That's right. Now, Stuke has to have his head up and realize where, in fact, the defender is and make sure that he doesn't let that happen to him, because there's no sense in playing wide receiver when you can't get off the line of scrimmage when you're lying on your back because the defensive back ends up and nails you.
A good, clean hit, and perhaps one of the most aggressive plays that we have seen from a defensive
And that's
back.
what they're going to have to do for the rest of the game, Michael. They're going to have to put people right up there and start to play some football, because right now they sit back and that defense that they're playing now, it seems to be very passive. Laurier just getting into them right now, and they have to make some things happen on defense.
And they've got to make them happen on offense, too, as Andrew Scharschmidt, we anticipate will do this a few times today, hobble off the field. He's just really of no position to play, but they're missing their #1 receiver, Stefan Potasic, who's out for the season. Stuke is hurt as well. He's playing hurt, and Scharschmidt really didn't have much choice but to
You know, and one thing about Laurier, they've been playing with so much heart all season long. I mean, it's been Band-Aid solutions to their offense all year long, and yet they're in the Vanier Cup.
Pat O'Leary. Line of scrimmage is the 39-yard line. Good snap. Fair kick. And the ball is being touched. That's a free ball, is it? I thought he touched it, but Laurier wasn't sure what to do. Now a penalty marker comes down. It'll be no yards, but I don't know whether Laurier knew whether he touched it.
Well, that means he didn't touch it if a flag has come down, because the officials think that the ball was, in fact, not touched. So when he went into the pile to pick up the ball, that's why they threw the no yards flag, because somebody was in the 5-yard restraining area.
Judging by how quickly the Mount Allison player ran up to get it, I'm not so sure that he didn't think that he touched it.
No flag. First down.
Now,
yeah, well, the ball was touched then, Michael.
Let's see if you can tell.
John Stanfield gets a finger on it and realizes that he's touched it, but no one's really aware of it.
Wow, Laurier had a free shot at it, but right there, clearly the right hand touches the ball.
And it's funny, you wonder if the official is looking at Laurier's reaction as well. That's why they threw the flag, because no one was going after him.
Well, Laurier had a free chance. They passed it up, and we'll find out if it cost them when we return to Skydome. (11-3), 7:52 to play. Let's find out the status of Andrew Scharschmidt. Let's go to Gord Miller. Gord?
All right, Michael, what happened is he was cut at the line of scrimmage on his bad knee. They took a look at it. He said he'll come back. Before the game, he had that knee brace loosened. He felt it was a little tight, and he was prepared to take that chance, and he was lucky that time.
Interesting that he was cut at the line of scrimmage as well. So
yeah, I think you're going to start to see a lot of that in this, for the remainder of the game. They're going to try and play up in their face and not give them that free release off the line of scrimmage.
Mount Allison has been much more aggressive defensively than they have been offensively. Should they be throwing the ball on first down?
I think so. We've talked about that all game long. I'd like to see them get in that quads formation and throw it, because they seem to have so many different ways to get it to the receiver that they should be running more of it.
Continue to run on first down and have trouble doing so. Option. Hickey holds onto the ball. Huge hole for Sean Hickey. They just fooled him there. Laurier on that play was not prepared for option.
No, they weren't. They were actually in that Eagle defense that we saw with the tackle and the nose guards all scrunched in together, and they had the linebackers over the tackle. And this is a great job by Sean Hickey to come down the line and read it. And you take a look, you'll see that actually Campbell ends up going with the pitch back, which was Keeney, and Hickey just tucks the ball down and goes downfield.
Now, as for Laurier, how much option would they see over the course of the season?
Well, they would see it with Waterloo ran it, and they actually were beaten by it in the last game of the season, but then they came back and they beat them in the playoffs. So they seem to know option pretty well, and Rich Newborough was around for all those years when Tucker Knight was the head coach running option.
Rand Keeney sprints to the outside, and Keeney gets turned upfield in a hurry. That's what he does as well as anyone.
Yeah, no question. See how he waited right to the last moment before he tried to make that cut up the field. He wants to get his shoulders going north and south.
I get the feeling this could be a very important point in this game. It's 11-3. It's been all Laurier so far. If Mount Allison can get the offense going, they'll be in good position.
Yeah, no question about it, Michael. I think that's the option starting to run option a little bit, mixing their offense up, but still, I think they're going to have to throw the ball to be successful.
Grant Keeney, 11 carries for 42 yards, so that's under 4 yards a carry for a man that averaged more than 6 yards a carry over the season. Perhaps the toughest defensive front seven in the league. And Laurier has everybody bunched up around the ball. Second down and 4. Keeney looked for the hole. He found somewhat of a hole, but came up short of a first down. And now Laurier is faced with third down and less than a yard.
Well, I think he's out of field goal range, so I think he realizes now he's going to have to go for it. And he looks like he puts the big guys in there.
6:10 to play. I'm Michael Landsberg along with Jamie Bone as we watch from our perspective high above the playing field. Gord Miller's down on the sidelines, and Leif Pettersson and Western coach Larry Haler in the sidelines bar. We're trying to cover it all for you and not just show you and tell you what's happening, but also give you a feel for the game with our Reebok fan cam as well. Camera on the head of one of the fans. And it's the Mount Allison fans that rise to their feet now. Third down and a yard to go. Option. Hickey picks it up easily. That's a gutsy play. Third down and half a yard, and you go option.
Well, I'll tell you what, and a great play as well. And take a look. Everybody's bunched up inside, and they fake it to Keeney. Everybody thinks Keeney's going to get it, and then Hickey just tucks it down, decides to go up the field. And actually, just a nice job to make sure he's got the first down and slide.
Jamie, that tells me on third down and a half yard to go, when you do something like that, that you really are concerned about their front line.
Yeah, and also that you have confidence that your quarterback can, in fact, run that kind of option play and get the first down for it.
Still like to see them. Everyone continues to say so. Throw on first down. Grant Keeney. And Keeney drives ahead. He put his head into the chest of Dave Nagy. And not much there, perhaps 3. It'll be second down and 7.
Well, it looks now like Mount Allison has settled down a little bit after that first quarter. I mean, it really is an intimidating place to come in here to the Sky Dome for your first time in play. You know, we saw that with Laurier 2 weeks ago. They came in here, they were a little bit flat initially, but then when they put all the excitement out of their head and they started to play some football, they really started to pour it on.
Laurier offensive coordinator Rick Smitch won a Vanier Cup in 1980, won a Heck Creighton in 1982. But it's his defense that's on the field right now. Second and 7. This is what they've had trouble with. Hickey has got some time, throws, and has a man, a diving catch. Very good coverage by Greg Knox, running right at the heels of Mark Hayes, but the pass was thrown in a perfect location.
Yeah, and actually a great play by Sean Hickey. I mean, he didn't have his feet set. He put the ball out again now. This is what the running game starts to do for you. Actually, they pull out Mike Jardine in the center when they run bootleg. Looks like Greg Knox has got him, but a nice adjustment back to the ball.
Low and away, and that's impossible to defend against.
Yeah, interesting when Mount Allison run bootleg action. Normally you pull your guards out, but they run a little bit differently. They like to pull their center out, Mike Jardine.
Mark Hayes, number 1 in the conference in pass receiving. 25 catches and 6 touchdowns. You saw his average of a 20 a catch. This drive, 3:25 on the clock, 6 plays. First and 10 inside the 20-yard line. Hickey on first down, he throws, looks into the end zone. Knox moved over, but wow, Sonny Lacroix at the last second almost stole the ball away from him.
Now that's the kind of play when you have to throw the ball a little bit firmer and crisper. You just can't lay it up like that and throw it inside. Now, if you're going to throw it like that, you got to throw it outside. But take a look at the hit that Dave Nagy gives him.
Greg Knox thinks he's got an interception, but then Sonny Lacroix moved in.
Actually, the ball was well thrown. I mean, it was the only place that it could have been without being hit. See Dave Nagy coming in and laying a lick on Sean Hickey.
Second and 10. Look for the option here, Jamie?
I think so.
It's the reverse off the option. Sonny Lacroix stops and cuts back inside. Lacroix needed one block and couldn't get it.
They ran that play against Saskatchewan, so I'll tell you what. Laurier's seen that on the film. You see, he looks at the running option outside, and then they pitch it coming around to Matty Lacroix, who's lined up as a wide receiver on the right side.
Now, I want to ask you, Hugh Lawson was the one that really interrupted that play. Why would Hugh Lawson have been in behind the play
because
like that?
he has check responsibility.
He's number 60.
Hugh Lawson, number 60. He comes in, gets a little bit deeper. He's looking for that. That's his responsibility when the ball goes away from him. So actually a nice job by Hugh Lawson. Now, he didn't make the tackle, but he just checked it enough, forced Lacroix inside, and let all the help come from the inside.
Sonny Lacroix, the play worked well against Saskatchewan. It did not work well here. And that's what preparation will do, isn't it?
Yeah, no question. And that's why each of these teams, I'm sure with having the film for 2 weeks and going over it numerous times and countless hours, they're not going to get fooled by very many things.
Injured player, I believe, is number 88, Mark Ferguson, the nose tackle.
Now, if Mark Ferguson goes out, this makes a few changes for Laurier. Reinhard Keller, the All-Canadian tackle, goes in at nose tackle, and then Paul Stoppenbrink comes in and takes Keller's spot at the defensive tackle.
Third down and about 12 yards to go, so it's...
That's a good sign when he's walking off under his own steam.
Field goal attempt. Will come from the 27.5-yard line. Eric Deegan 1 for 1 on his one field goal attempt. From 38 yards out. Kicking game has been one of the strengths of Mount Allison all season long. It's 11-3 with 3:15 to play in the second quarter. Wide to the left. Very nearly blocked as well. Laurier got great penetration. It goes through the end zone for one. So a victory of sorts for Mount Allison in the sense that for the first time today they drove the ball, but the drive produces just one.
We played Waterloo in the playoff game, and I was thinking about it all week. If I could bring one back, get on TV and just say it to him, and he sort of brought it up. So I don't know. I think it's something funny that I've seen the last 2 years that I've watched the Vanier Cup, and I wouldn't mind winning one.
Now you've got the Outstanding Player Awards, the All-Canadian Awards, but what does every player want in the CIAU?
He wants a Bone Award.
Absolutely. We've actually had a lot of fun with that this past couple of years.
Well,
it's funny, wherever we go, the players always seem to be aware of it as well, saying, hey, I'm going to win one of those this year.
Well, the interesting thing about the Bone Award is you don't necessarily have to do something great to win.
No, that's correct.
Something different. Brings a whole new meaning to practice.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, they're coming up at halftime, and we'll take a look at who are the winners this year.
Biskey was a definite candidate, wasn't he?
I think he was.
Now, you've narrowed it down to 4 categories?
That's correct.
What are they?
Oh, let me see if I can remember what they are. The Bone Crusher Award, the Ham Bone Award, the Bonehead Award, and, of course, the Big Dog Award.
3:03 till that bit of TSN history. Kubas throws over the middle, incomplete. Ralph Spaltor had both hands onto it. Scharschmidt back into the football game. Good pass by Kubas, but Spaltor couldn't bring it down. 2:58 to play. It's 11-4. Just as almost everybody anticipated, it's been a defensive football game.
Yeah, no question. I think coming into this game, we all thought that because 2 fine defenses is what got them here to the Vanier Cup.
And Laurier really dictated by injuries very much. Stuke and Scharschmidt on the outside would be great deep threats if they were healthy. 2nd and 10. Kubas throws for Stuke, and Stuke comes back to the ball and comes up just a little bit short of a first down, but they'll get the first down, I believe, on rough play. No, it's going to be holding against Laurier. Kubas just realizes it now.
Now, this is actually a great job by Stuke because, you know, he knows where he has to go for the first down. See where he just goes past the marker. Now, he comes back. Now, he does have the first down there because where his knee touched, but that's all for naught anyway. It's coming back because of holding. But it's a sign of a good receiver to know exactly how many yards you need for the first down.
But Stuke, earlier we saw Daniel Kaya cut him, and you said that's the way to do it.
Yeah, holding 42, Laurier. 2nd down, repeater.
Center John Palmer.
Yeah, I think they got to go back and playing them tough. I mean, why let these guys off the hook? They stopped them the last time they had the ball. Go up and play in their face. They can play with Laurier.
The one thing I will say is that Brent Stuke is running better in this game than we saw him run. Well, now this time, top of your screen, look, very top of the picture, Daniel Kaya right in the face of Stuke, but it's a running play. Andy Cecchini, not going to get to the outside.
And that's the kind of stuff they want to do right now. Play up tight. They're just playing 2-deep zone, and they're playing man coverage underneath, and they're trying to force the ball, get into the quarterback and into the backfield.
George Wright and Jeff Dan right there. 2 of 4 very active linebackers, and Laurier will have to kick it away. It's 3rd down and long. 3rd down and very long.
Now, we're very fortunate here to have Ken Green, head of officials. Earlier I said it's where the player's knee goes down. It's, in fact, where the ball goes down. So thanks for having Ken Green here in our telecast.
At this point, with him correcting you, I'm not so sure you're happy that he's with us on this telecast.
Oh, I'm happy, hey.
Mount Allison has had 3 players back for O'Leary's kicks. This time they only have 2, and they come after him. He just gets it away. Highs looks for a lane outside, gets one block, but the man that was blocked makes the tackle. What a play by Mike Cheevers.
Mike Cheevers, the backup inside linebacker. That's how you get on the dress roster when you can only dress 40 people in this game, when you play that kind of way in special teams.
Cheevers is number 44. Watch him. He's blocked.
And he just gets the hand on the shoulder and holds on. That's a great play.
Actually, the block may have even helped him because he had the hand on the shoulder and the block gave him leverage.
But it shows you what kind of strength he must have as well. I mean, to pull down a receiver with the strength of Mark Hayes.
Clearly, the Samson philosophy doesn't apply there. Amount of hair does not add up to strength. Mount Allison, lots of time, 2:23 to play in the second quarter. Trails at 11-4, 47-yard line. Now they go to the air on first down. Hickey elects to keep it. And Sonny Lacroix, you know, Jamie, was the only receiver downfield, and he never even turned around.
No, he was ready to block. That was run all the way. That wasn't pass at all as far as I could see, because Lacroix, you're right, was downfield trying to throw a block on Biskey.
That's a bad feeling, I guess, as a quarterback when you look downfield and it's the only receiver you've got.
And then when you get in trouble right here, you realize, uh-oh, I can't run it because they've got the contain and they've got the fill there, and there's nowhere else to go. Rich Newborough told us that he does not want to allow Sean Hickey to get outside because he will take off with the ball. He's dangerous, so he's making sure that they keep him contained inside.
Second down and 13, and this has been real trouble for Mount Allison. Here comes the rush up the middle. Grossman through cleanly. Hickey penalties down, and so as Hickey drops the ball, and Mount Allison got it back. You know, with Hickey roaming around back there against that great Laurier defense, there wasn't a lot good that was going to happen.
No, there wasn't a lot good, and he almost got himself out of trouble.
Well, he almost got sacked, then they got a penalty, and then he almost fumbled, so kind of bad news all the way.
Unnecessary roughness. Mount Allison.
That was a weird time for that penalty to be thrown. And they don't have to make a decision at all. Since it's rough play, they can take the 15 yards.
I mean, that was incredible. He knocked the ball out of his hand with his knee, and then he picked it up with one hand again, and then he fumbled it. They were lucky to get the ball back.
Mark Ferguson, the injured player a few plays ago, back in the game, and he was the one that slapped it away.
Now, this would be a great time for Laurier, and in particular, Tim Biskey to come in the rush.
Number 51, Mount Allison. Third down.
They have been so close to blocking several of the punts in one place kick. Tim Biskey will line up bottom of your screen. He's number 16. Number 29, Andrew Yearwood, is at the top. They're the two fastest players on the field. And Biskey has been a great punt blocker over his career at Laurier. Here comes Biskey, and Biskey got through, and he roughed him. Now, is it roughing or contacting the kicker? They go with the reverse, and the reverse doesn't work. Now, the question is, roughing or contacting? He needed to make, and I'm counting it off now, 12, needed to make about 35 yards. But they only need the 15 because it's rough play, an automatic first down. And Ron Squires is still down.
Now, when you're coming in to block a punt, you have to go to the mesh point. You can't go into the kicker.
Well, here it is. Tim Biskey, very close, up in the air, came down.
Unnecessary roughness. Roughing the kicker. Number 16, Laurier. First down.
Ken, I want to ask you, Ken Green, the head official, what's the differentiation between contacting the kicker and roughing the kicker?
Roughing the kicker is contacting him before he has regained his balance. Once he's back down, his foot is established, then it becomes a contact.
So it's not a matter of, is it a big hit or a little hit? It's what position is the punter in?
Basically, yes. If the punter is in the air, then it's roughing the kicker.
So that was exactly the right call.
Of course, if he's regained his footing and he takes a real shot at him, it's a different story.
Okay, watch on the replay and describe that for us.
There, you see, he's in the air when he hits him, so you're into a roughing situation.
So it doesn't matter how hard you hit him?
No, if he hasn't got his footing, then it's roughing.
Thank you, Ken Green. Interpretation of the rule, roughing or contacting the kicker. Let's go to Gordon Miller.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. We were about to make a correction on the punting situation. It is Ron Squires of Mount Allison, the man who is currently down on the field, who has the broken toe. Pat O'Leary from Laurier has a bad knee, is also injured, but Squires has the broken toe, had it frozen before the game. Right now they're checking his arm. I spoke to him a moment ago. He said he felt a little woozy coming into the game, but he said it had nothing to do with the freezing. He was just a little nervous, and we'll hope he's all right.
Well, he's down and still perhaps winded. That appeared to be, if you saw the contact from Biskey, what it was. It's a big break for the Mount Allison Mounties. You don't want to celebrate too much while he's still hurt. Now that huddle is the entire offense meeting with head coach Mark Laurier.
That's a smart move by Laurier right now. He's just telling his team, listen, there's a minute and 36 seconds left in the game, or excuse me, in the half. Let's just start to get some things going so that we can go in at halftime and kind of regroup. But let's not give up. We've got a minute and 36 seconds right now to get down in scoring position. Let's go for it.
Well, that is the situation. 1:36 to play in the second quarter. Laurier leads it by a score of 11-0. They led it 11-4. They led it 11-0 after one quarter. Since then, Mount Allison has, to some extent, got it going. They had the one drive largely on the ground. They got the ball after the roughing the kicker call at the 38-yard line. And Mount Allison had 5 first downs in their last drive, and that's why they've evened things up in that department. They could tie the game with a touchdown. Hickey on first down throws, and he throws across his body, and he threw it very nicely, but there is Greg Knox to knock it away, number 19. He is playing a fine football game.
Yeah, Greg Knox is really having the big game right now. I mean, he's taking a look at Mark Hayes coming down here, running the square out, and now you'll see number 19, Greg Knox, come into your picture. And the ball was thrown, great close on the ball, and boy, did he ever reach out well with that left hand and knock the ball away.
Do you get the feeling that the Laurier defensive backs perhaps are quicker than the Mount Allison receivers?
Yeah, not just that. I think that Sean Hickey is a younger quarterback at 18 years of age. He does not really have what you'd call a gun for an arm. I mean, he throws the ball pretty well, but he doesn't really have the great velocity. So they can hang back a little bit, and when the ball's in the air, they can close him.
4 receivers to the left. The quad package, as Jamie referred to. Hickey throws, and coming back to the ball, and very nearly intercepted. He had 2 hands on it, but then Mark Hayes plays defense and strips Greg Knox of the ball.
Now that's just a bad decision by Sean Hickey. You know, it's very tough to throw the ball when you're rolling out anyway, but you've got to get your shoulders turned up the field so your momentum is going in the same direction that the ball is going.
Looked like perhaps offensive interference there as Hayes grabbed Greg Knox, trying to prevent him from intercepting the ball. And we're happy to say that Ron Squires is back on the field and will kick. And let's see if Laurier is a little more hesitant to rush him.
No, I think they'll come after him now.
I think they will too. Tim Biskey at the bottom, number 16. He was the one that roughed him. I guess the question is, will Biskey be hesitant, or will he plow through like he did before? It's a lot of pressure on the snapper too. You've got to have a good snap. It's a good snap. Biskey through, not in time. Good kick by Squires. Lonnie Taylor at his 35. Stops, cuts back to the left. Gets a good block, but it's an illegal block. And Taylor is out of bounds at the 43-yard line, but the illegal block was at about the 40, so they'll be pushed back to the 25-yard line. The Laurier Golden Hawks will have 1:08 to play. 38 on the kick, and they will lose 15 on the return. Stay with us. 1:08 to play in the second quarter. It is 11-4 for the Laurier Golden Hawks. As there's the fan cam, we zero in on him, and let's have a look at what he's looking at right now. .108 to play in the second quarter. It's 11-4 for the Laurier Golden Hawks. They had all kinds of offense in their first couple of possessions. Since then, it's been tough for Laurier. They are really hurting at receiver. Stuke is playing, injured. Scharschmidt's playing, injured. They're already missing Stefan Potasic. They're missing Steve Grossman, their slot back, is probably their best blocker. So if you would have pictured the way this team would have lined up before the season, they're missing 3 of their 4 receivers.
Yeah, they are. And actually, Steve Grossman, you know, wasn't hurt in the Churchill Bowl game. He got hurt in practice last week. And that has to be, you know, when you're a coach like Rich Newbro and your offense with Rick Smith, you just got to be shaking your head saying, are we cursed or are we cursed?
Well, they might be cursed all the way to a Vanier Cup win. 1:08 to play. They go shotgun. And it's offside. First time that we've seen shotgun from the Laurier Golden Hawks.
Well, they're going to be in their 2-minute offense right now. Michael, they're lightning O.
Illegal procedure. 56, Laurier. First down, repeated.
So we talked and we met Grant Keeney and Andy Cicchini in our opening. And it seems as though whoever decided that this would be largely a running game was right on, because Rick Simich, as he's called the shots for Laurier, has generally gone with the run, and it's been almost all run for Laurier.
Yeah, I think you're going to see the ball in the air right now, though.
Laurier has done many things well. Refrain from penalties has not been one of them. 8 penalties for Laurier, 1 for Mount Allison. First down and 15 yards to go, 1:06 to play. Bill Kubas just 4 for 8 for 71 yards. When I say just, I don't mean that he hasn't done well. I'm saying he's only thrown 8 passes.
Okay, I'm just looking at how they're lining up right now, and they must have tremendous confidence in Daniel Kaya because he's just man coverage out with Brent Stoop, 4 yards off the ball. He doesn't have any help.
First and 15, they go to the ground. Cicchini brought down. Number 99, George Wright and Mario Robert combined, and it's a gain of maybe 4. It'll be second down and long. And now it's a question of who should take a timeout. Is Laurier thinking we'd like to get some points, or is Mount Allison thinking we'd like to keep some time on the board and get the ball back? Well, neither coach elects to take a timeout. 1 minute to play in count. Second and 10. They stay on the ground. Cicchini, and Cicchini picks up very close to the first down.
I think he's just a little bit short, Michael, on the spot that I see from the linesman.
Yeah, he is about a half a yard short. And I imagine Laurier will elect to go for it. Andy Cicchini, 11 carries, 56 yards, so he's just over 5 yards.
I think they're going to kick it.
Well, he only needs about a foot, or perhaps call it 2 feet.
I don't know. I think they're thinking right now, we have 11-4 lead. Let's not give them anything here if we're...
It's about 2 feet, just a little bit less than a yard, and they're going to kick it away.
Yeah, they're going to kick it. I think it's a smart move. Remember back in 1989 when almost the same situation when Saskatchewan was playing Western, and Saskatchewan decided to go for it almost in the same position in the field, and they did not get it, and Western ended up scoring, and that changed the whole complexion of the football game.
Now, Mount Allison, they have 1 timeout left. I'd anticipate they would take it here, but they elect not to. 46 seconds to play. And the Mounties perhaps give up what would be a vital 20 seconds. 11 men at the line of scrimmage for the Mount Allison Mounties. Laurier able to run all kinds of time off the clock. They do not go for the block. And a penalty came down. It's illegal procedure.
And Mount Allison are not going for the block. They were looking to set up the return. You could tell by the way they were aligned in the line of scrimmage. They were going to try and peel everybody back and set up a return.
Now they changed their formation. They put new personnel on the field. Not, I guess, having to worry about perhaps a third down gamble that wasn't necessarily the typical way.
Illegal procedure, 63 Laurier, third down repeated.
I'm just surprised that Mount Allison didn't take a timeout there. Now there's only 22 seconds left. 20 seconds at this time is an eternity.
Now the clock will not run on a penalty. So they will have, in fact, only when the ball is snapped will the clock run.
O'Leary hits it a mile high and fairly deep. High's back at his 42-yard line. Out of bounds he goes. It's the 47 with just 7 seconds to play. So it may have been a decent situation for Mount Allison. They virtually forced them to run out. Time remaining just 7 seconds. Very defensive first half. Laurier Golden Hawks own likely the best defense in the nation. I don't think you're really going down the limb to say that.
No, they are. I think they really came on in the latter part of the season. Played very, very well.
Well, let's be impressed with the Mount Allison defense in the second quarter in particular. They could not afford to give up any more points, and they didn't.
Yeah, they seemed to settle down a little bit, and they started coming out and trying to challenge people, and I think they match up pretty well with Laurier's offense.
7 seconds to play. I think he's going to throw it. Looks downfield, throws, and Highs has the ball knocked away by Tim Biskey. One of the best cornerbacks in the league.
Yeah, no question. Not very big in stature, only 5'9", 185 pounds at a Notre Dame and Welland. Well, that's the way you play the pass. I tell you what, just going straight up and knocking the ball down.
Strong and fast.
Yeah, interestingly enough, for a small guy, I mean, he bench presses 350 pounds. That's quite impressive for a guy that only weighs 180.
2 seconds to go in the first half. Last 4 passes by Hickey have been incomplete. He's just 2 for 12 on the day for 12 yards, and he's had an interception as well. This will be it. Throws 2 for 13. So not a great half for the Mount Allison quarterback. Not a great half for the Mount Allison Mounties offensively, but still, they're in this football game because their defense came alive and because they got just enough offense to get a single and a field goal. And it is a defensive football game. They play for it all today, the Vanier Cup. Mount Allison Mounties and the Laurier Golden Hawks.
Yeah, really not anything different than we really expected. We thought it would be a defensive struggle in the first half and throughout the whole game, and really that's what it's turned out to be so far.
Well, Laurier looked great to start the game. They got a single, and then they got a field goal, and then they got a touchdown. It was 11-0. But since then, Mount Allison at least has controlled the tempo of the game. Lots of punts, lots of defense, and lots more. We'll return to Sky Dome right after this. It's the CIAU on TSN, and this is the big game of the year on the CIAU. It's the Vanier Cup from Sky Dome. One half of football complete. The Laurier Golden Hawks scored 11 in the first quarter. The Mount Allison Mounties scored 4 in the second quarter. It's 11-4 at the half. If you consider how these two teams got here, I guess the first half to some extent is surprising. Laurier looked very explosive against Queens, trailing at 22-0 2 weeks ago and then scoring 42 straight points. While the thing about the Mounties' victory over Saskatchewan was their really ability to come out at the opening kickoff and jump all over the Saskatchewan Huskies. It's been a totally different type of game here. No question about it. Both teams have felt the other out, and that's why it has been to some extent low scoring. Also, two terrific defenses. Let's go to sightlines right now where Leif Pettersson and Larry Haler are standing by.
Well, thank you, Michael. Yes, both teams really have felt each other out in the first half, but Larry, I know you agree with me that Laurier really let Mount A off the hook and back into this game.
Well, I think they've done a fairly effective job of shooting themselves in the foot in the second quarter. They had 2 first downs that were called back as a consequence of holding penalties that disrupted drives. They had to kick the ball. They got a roughing the kicker call down here in the goal line when they had Mount Allison backed up and on their own line. Got a first down, brought them out of that critical field position. So they've done 3 things, and then they fumble the football after they get a first down. I mean, they made a lot of mistakes second quarter.
Well, you and I have been watching this game with great interest, and there's no question that for the Wilfred Laurier Golden Hawks, quickness on defense is the key.
There's absolutely no question that the key to their defense is quickness, and here you're going to see a great hit by Fred Grossman, number 77, and not only a great hit, but how quickly people around the hit get after the football, which I think is a trademark of their defense.
Strangely enough, only the second time all season that Grant Keeney has fumbled the football. For the Mount Allison Mounties, Sean Hickey, the quarterback. Listen, there's no question Grant Hickey's a great running back, but to be successful and to win this game, Hickey has to be able to throw the football. He hasn't done it very well.
No, and I think that they're doing the right things, Leif. I think they're moving him because they're having trouble protecting him in the drop-back mode, and so they're moving him to different locations. But, he hasn't been effective in throwing the ball from those locations yet, and he's got to be if Mount Allison hopes to have a chance.
Larry Haler, you've coached in this game before. What are both coaches quickly saying to their teams at halftime?
Well, I think if I was in Mount Allison's locker room, I'd be saying, hey, guys, we're in this football game. We haven't done a lot of things real well, but the score is 11-4. Now this trying out period is over. Let's go out and play. If you're in the Laurier dressing room, I think you say to yourselves, guys, we shot ourselves in the foot in that second quarter. We got to go out and eliminate mistakes, be consistent, and be ruthless on offense.
All right, Michael, those are our observations after one half of play.
Well, Larry Haler, no question about it, knows how to play the Laurier Golden Hawks. He plays them a couple of times each and every year. This year he won one, coming from behind to defeat Laurier, and then he saw Laurier come from behind to defeat his team. Where is Gord Miller right now, and what's he doing? Let's find out.
Stealing a car, some would suggest, but I'm not going to. This is the 1992 Geo 4x4 convertible. Not only peppy, but it looks great. And the best thing about this car is that somebody here at Sky Dome today is going to win it. So get to know Geo. It's not only economical, it's fun to drive. Michael?
Well, somebody's going to walk away with that car, but they won't do it for just a little time. This is the Vanier Cup halftime at the end of 30 minutes of football. The Laurier Golden Hawks cling to an 11-4 lead over the Mount Allison Mounties. Neither one of these teams has ever won a Vanier Cup. 30 minutes of football time from now, one will. Jamie says he'll get the highlights from you after the next break. Are you doing anything? This is the Vanier Cup on TSN. It's a game that has been dominated, if you look at the two teams, by running backs. Grant Keeney on one side of the field and Andy Cicchini on the other side of the field. Cicchini was outstanding in this very same building in the Churchill Bowl against the Queens Golden Gales when he scored 3 touchdowns. In the first half, Andy Cicchini had 11 carries for 56 yards and a touchdown. Andy Cicchini is all Golden Hawk. Andy Cicchini's road to the Sky Dome from his roots in Thorold, Ontario, is typical of most high school star athletes. They face many difficult decisions, determining the school that fits all their criteria.
I wanted to go to a small school. To be honest with you, wasn't the best student in high school. I was average. I loved playing sports. School was hard for me. I thought that if I went to a smaller school, I would get more attention in the classroom setting, and it would benefit me more in that area. So it was a decision that I made because of school and scholastics, and Laurier was to me what I needed.
Andy's 5 years at Laurier away from home have actually brought him closer to his parents. Andy's time at school has taught him to balance all of his priorities.
I know the balance now, and they understand that I know the balance. So they put 100% into my athletics. They support me. They want to know how I feel. They want to know how I prepare. They really, really support my athletic endeavors now, and it really hits home now.
Football is very important, but again, we have to put it in its proper perspective that hopefully he'll get a shot at playing professional, but there will be a time when he won't be able to play football, and he has to fall back on something else. And I'm so thrilled that he's got a good education. He's graduated with a BA in biology and physical education.
Today is the culmination of 5 years of hard work. For Andy Cicchini, it's the achievement of the total university experience.
Andrew, when he plays football, gives his whole heart is in that game. And when he plays for the team, they are getting the best that he can give them.
To me, at this point, it is the biggest thing I think I will ever do and will ever experience. And I'm trying to hold on as tightly as I possibly can to every moment that goes on. I just hope I remember it. I'm trying to remember every feeling, every talk, every experience. When it's all over, I just hope I can look back upon it and say, you know, I did everything right and I did everything I was supposed to do.
I think if you look at Andy Cicchini and consider what he's done in school at his time at Laurier and what he's done on the football field, perhaps nobody could have gotten more out of a football program or a school than Andy Cicchini. Well, it is my pleasure at this time. You and I get together at this time all the time. This is the Governor General of Canada, Ray Natishin, and this is the third straight time that you and I have talked football at the Vanier Cup. A pleasure to welcome you once again.
Great to be here, and congratulations to TSN for another terrific job. Very proud of you supporting the university game as you do. This is a real national event, a real event for unity.
Well, we generally don't talk about anything, and thank you for the compliment for TSN, controversial, but I have to ask you, your Saskatchewan Huskies, why aren't they here?
This is a shock to my system. Of course, I'm supposed to be impartial. It's a little easier this year, but Mount Allison, to their credit, really did a job on my alma mater and won it very handily in their playoff game. But I think this is a game this year of not David versus Goliath, but David versus David.
I have to ask you, one of the reasons why I like talking to you is that you and I can talk football and assess for us the first half from the way you saw it, and how do you think the game will end up?
I think it's a game. I mean, I think it is they're gutting up now on Mount Allison, and it's great to see that. And I think the momentum is slightly swung over now to it's more of an even match, and I think the breaks are going to. I think if they play real football and just run at the line and not try to be too fancy, the team that does that is going to win.
Well, that's not color commentator, that's not analyst, that's the Governor General of Canada, Randy Tishin. Thank you very much for joining us.
Great to be here. Good luck.
Well, this event has grown in stature each and every year, and one of the reasons is the presence of the Governor General. We were showing you Andy Cicchini before and realizing just what a great decision he made to go to Laurier, and I think you could say that Grant Keeney made the right choice to go to Mount Allison as well. Sackville, New Brunswick seems like a long way to go for a kid who grew up just outside Toronto in Burlington, Ontario.
I picked Mount Allison University for many reasons. I wanted to stay in Canada. I didn't want to go down south. I wanted to go to a small school. I wanted to go to a small school that also had a very reasonable student-teacher ratio. Perhaps I think I also wanted to go to a different part of the country, see how it is to live in a different part, and perhaps to gain more independence than being at home the whole time. Mount Allison provided all these things for me in one package.
Family was always important for Grant, who had to make a very tough decision to move that far away from home.
They were always a strong backbone to my football career so far. My mother has always been a very strong supporter of me, and to this day she is, thank goodness. Always concerned and always wondering how the body is, how my body is health-wise, but yeah, they've always been a very strong supporter.
Grant was one of these kids, he was husky. So anyway, we got him out in the football field, and from when he was 11 years old, the kid just loved it and showed that he could run and he could play football, and he's went with it ever since. That's what I mean about his determination.
That family support that Grant fed off of at home, he found again at Mount Allison with a very unique football team.
Being a part of the Mount Allison football team for 4 years I have seen many things change, but the one thing that has not changed throughout that time period is perhaps a theme of family that has always gone through each year. This is not a team, it's not an offense, it's not a defense, it's a family. We like to look out for each other, and we always like to compliment each other on the field. Defense does a good job, offense is always there to back them up, and vice versa. It is a family attitude on this team that Coach Laurier has insisted on.
You get the best out of others when you give the best of yourself. And Grant, just go for it. That's what I think I would say to Grant. And I love him, and I just want him to have a good game, whatever else.
Well, that was Grant Keeney's mom at home, and this is Grant Keeney's mom in the crowd enjoying what was a pretty tough first half for her son, but I think that she knows that this team has shown the ability to come back. It is my pleasure to welcome the Executive Vice President of the CIAU, Bob Pugh. Bob, you've seen all of the Vanier Cups. Was it a tough decision to come inside of the Skydome?
Well, it was originally, Michael, because, you know, we were up at the Varsity Arena for, I guess, the past 24 years, and this is a big move for us, but it was certainly obviously the right move to make. And I guess it was a challenge, because if we didn't have confidence in the program to bring it in here, then we don't deserve to have it. So we were pleased with it.
Now, this will be your final Vanier Cup. You're stepping down in December next month. As you look out onto the field and you realize what's going on and see this, I guess you have to feel personally very good about the way the Vanier Cup and the CIAU is being left.
Oh, definitely so. It's very great to see this crowd out here this afternoon. You know, we're getting close to 30,000 people, and I think when we go back to some of the early games, we were lucky to have anywhere from 8,000 to 10,000 people. So this is a big improvement, a good crowd, and of course the brand of football is exceptional.
Bob, congratulations, and I think I speak for everybody at TSN who's dealt with you over the years. Thank you for your cooperation and good luck. You've done an outstanding job.
And all the best to you, Michael, and look forward to seeing you on TV.
Bob Pugh is the Executive Vice President of the CIAU. He'll be stepping down, but as we look at what's happening here, he steps down with the game in great shape.
was in this piece.
What's that?
Are we in a commercial now?
We're introducing the Bone Awards.
Oh, right away.
Can I get a comment? Right. And then the Bone Awards? Okay. Which we do live?
Yeah, I got it right
There's
here.
no voice?
Right here.
Okay, so, okay. Welcome back to Skydome. This is the Vanier Cup on TSN. One half of football is complete. The Laurier Golden Hawks, in perhaps the toughest defensive game that we've seen this year, will lead the Mount Allison Mounties by a score of 11-4. The big award everyone wants is the Vanier Cup, but not everybody can get it. Thursday night, you and I had the opportunity to put on the tuxedo. One of us had to rent, the other one didn't, but we won't discuss who that was. And let's show you who the winners were from Thursday. First of all, the Rookie of the Year, Dominique Zagari. He really was outstanding for Manitoba.
Yeah, fine running back. Helped turn that program around. 2-6 a year ago. When Dominic Zagari arrives, they go to 6-2. One of the great running backs to watch the next few years.
Peter Gorman Trophy winner. J.P. Metris Trophy winner. That's for top lineman. Goes to Jason Rawhouse of the Manitoba Bisons as well.
Yeah, and he was just excellent against the pass and the run, and that's one of the things you like to look for in a defensive lineman.
That's for the top down lineman, the top defensive player in a stand-up position, Ray Bernard, the brilliant linebacker from Bishops.
You know, in the past couple of years, we've done so many games with Bishops. We just saw him getting better and better and better, and now he's the best.
And finally, the Heck Crichton, Chris Flynn. No, not Chris Flynn this time. It's Tim Tyndale. Flynn won 3 in a row. He's moved on. Tim Tyndale, averaging close to 10 yards a carry for Western, wins the Heck Crichton.
Well, he's from that fullback factory that has produced so many great fullbacks: Blake Marshall, Greg Marshall, Chris Burney, and now Tim Tyndale.
But I know that Tim Tyndale would gladly turn in his Heck Crichton, gladly turn in any future Vanier Cup for what all these players really want. A Bone Award.
Of course. I mean, all year long we search for all the best plays and some of the funny plays, and we have 4 awards this year. And we decided to start them right off with what else? It's going to be the Ham Bone Award. For what else? And Tim Biskey wanted to win this, and who won this one? Tim Biskey doing the old heart attack against Waterloo in a playoff game we did earlier this year. So Tim Biskey, you win your first Bone Award and the Bonehead Award. This year we were down in Kingston for homecoming. And who wins it? I don't know what the guy's name is. Pumpkinhead. Maybe he's got a lot of seats in there. But this guy here, Queens Golden Gales fan, wins the Bonehead Award.
I can tell you the most hotly contested award. There were a lot of candidates.
And the Bone Crusher Award goes to a fine rookie from York University, linebacker Peter Floro. Boom! Lowers the hit on Lauren King of Toronto. Now let's take a look at this one again. This one deserves a repeat. Watch the hit right here. Wham!
Now I have to ask you, did his mother influence? Because she got to you. She said she wanted the Bone Award.
She just piqued my memory. And the last one, the Big Dog Award, 2 weeks ago in the Atlantic Bowl. Mark Hayes drops the ball into Matty Lacroix. He takes it into the end zone and scores. Mark Laurier said, excuse me, that's Sonny Lacroix. Matty's his brother, plays defense, but he assures me that's going to be in the playbook next year.
And a nice celebration afterwards. He could have been in for both awards. So if you think the Vanier Cup's the biggest thing going, it's a Bone Award, and those are the 4 Bone Award winners for the year. But a serious award, though, is the Russ Jackson Award. It annually goes to the top student, the top athlete who also works within the community, and for the 2nd straight year, they chose a McGill offensive lineman.
Yeah, J.P. Very, I mean, one of the fine offensive linemen from McGill University, won it last year as well, but an outstanding student, a 3.8 grade point average in biology and math, and he does exceptional work within the community, a fine choice.
3.8 is a great 40 time, but an even better grade point average. And J.P. Very, winner for 2 straight Russ Jackson Awards, is with Gord Miller.
Thank you, Michael. JP, it's tough to repeat in anything, but to win an award like this twice must be quite an honor.
Yeah, it's a great honor even to be nominated again. I don't know what I can say. I don't know if anyone really deserves to win it twice, but I'm honored to have been selected.
And you go on to hear from medicine.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm going to decide between clinical medical research and or sports medicine. I'm not really sure right now, but those are my 2 choices as of right now.
JP, they could use some doctors out there the way they're hitting this afternoon. What do you think of the game?
It's been pretty slow, but I was really excited with the fumble return from number 24. He's a player I played with in high school, so I'm sort of pro Mounties, but it's going to be a good game. I think it'll be a close game.
And to cap it off with the Vanier Cup championship back in '86, congratulations on your double win.
Thanks very much.
JP Very, the winner of the Russ Jackson Award. Let's go back to Michael.
was important for us to allow you to meet the J.P. Very and the Russ Jackson Award winner, because all season long we showed you student athletes, people who had excelled both on and off the field, and clearly nobody did it better than J.P. Very. Okay, first half highlights, and the first half began, I guess, with young Marc Laurier, the coach of Mount Allison, just 28 years of age, faced with a big decision.
Well, it's been a game of momentum in the first half, and this is one of the momentum changers right here when they decide to go for it in third and short. Grant Keeney carries the ball, but boy, Fred Grossman comes up and makes a great play, and that stops him from getting the first down, and Laurier take over.
They take over right there, and they drove the ball down the field on 6 plays, 73 yards in total. The key, a bomb to Andrew Scharschmidt.
Yeah, this is Bill Cubas at his best and Andrew Scharschmidt at his best. Cubas just takes a rollout right here. Now he realizes that Scharschmidt is in between the zone, between the corner and the safety coming across. He puts the ball right on the money to Andrew Scharschmidt. You can see how wide open he was, even turned around to catch the ball. Now he takes it all the way down to the 6-yard line.
And from the 6-yard line, when they're in that position, 90% of the time, they'll go to number 27.
Yeah, Andy Cicchini, he's the big money back for them. They run power formation, and Andy Cicchini just walks it right into the end zone.
Perhaps trying to make a late run at a Bone Award.
Yeah, well, he's disqualified for next year. So, no, actually, I think we might be able to include him for next year.
Well, unless he comes back for a 6th season, we probably won't see much of him. Okay, so the Mount Allison Mounties have the ball here, facing the best defense in the nation.
Well, we talked about momentum, and then Sean Hickey forces the ball downfield, and a great interception by Fred Grossman, all-Canadian linebacker. I mean, this snuffed out any kind of drive that Mount A was starting to put together.
But look at that, Fred Grossman, no celebration at all, not even a potential Bone Award candidate.
He's a serious guy out there, Michael. I wouldn't want to be facing him.
This is a serious defense. Somewhere Mount Allison, as Marc Laurier interprets that first half, will have to find a way to throw the ball.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to find a way to throw the ball, and I think Marc Laurier now would go in at halftime and say, listen, we've got the momentum back from Laurier. They had it in the first quarter. We stopped them from taking this game away from us, and we have to take some consolation in that. Now the game's even again. We got to come out and win the second half. We got all those butterflies out of our system. We're not nervous anymore. The crowd is no longer a factor. Let's go out there and play the kind of football that got us here to the Vanier Cup.
Leading up to the Grey Cup, we heard that it would probably be a turnover or perhaps a special teams play that decided it. I think the same thing might be the case here. Turnover and specialty teams might decide it. It is that close to call. The Laurier Golden Hawks scored 11 points in the first. Mount Allison Mounties added 4, and after one half of play, as we get set for the second half kickoff, it is the Laurier Golden Hawks 11 and the Mount Allison Mounties 4, the kickoff of the second half of the Vanier Cup when we return. It's been defensive all the way. Laurier 11, the Mount Allison Mounties 4. One half of football complete in the 1991 Vanier Cup from the Sky Dome. I'm Michael Landsberg along with Jamie Bone. Gord Miller's on the sidelines. Lee Pedersen and Larry Haler are in the sightlines bar. I guess that is balance between rushing and passing. But of note for Laurier down the right side, after one quarter they had 71 yards passing. They are still stalled at 71. Now, on the other side, the Mount Allison Mounties have no air attack at all. Turnovers very much have hurt the Mount Allison Mounties. Punting has been strong on both sides. After one half of football, that is the story.
Yeah, turnovers I think have hurt Mount Allison, but penalties, one stat you don't see there on the screen, has really hurt Laurier. They seem to have had their momentum taken away by themselves at times because of unnecessary penalties. We take a look at the Laurier Golden Hawks coming out onto the field. You know, all this week in Toronto here, Michael, there's been a lot of talk about Marc Laurier and the job that he has done with the Mount Allison Mounties, and you know, really, truly a class individual and one of the nicest coaches that we've met. He really helped us out all week long, as did Rich Newbro, the coach from Laurier.
Bill Cubas warms up on the sidelines, likely near our Gord Miller. Where are you, Gord?
Thanks very much, Michael. Just talked to Marc Laurier, who told his players they were being outperformed physically, and with me is Jacques Dussault, the coach of the Mounties last year. Jacques, what do they have to do in the second half here?
Well, I think they need to give a chance to Sean Hickey to throw the ball and control number 77. Every time they try to roll, there's somebody in his face. So it's important they go to a shorter game and establish a bit more run. But we need to give a lot of credit to Sir Wilfred Laurier. They got a great football team.
Thanks, Jacques. Let's watch the second half.
Jacques Dussault wears the Machine shirt. He's the head coach of the Montreal Machine in the World League of American Football, was the head coach last year.
And he told me Marc Laurier might be joining him down in Orlando for training camp this year.
Here's the kick. 15-yard line. The Laurier Golden Hawks will get the ball to start the second half, and they will not have great field position. Halleck's return is only 12 yards. He's out to the 27-yard line, and that's where Laurier will operate from with an 11-4 lead.
Well, you might think that the first series in the second half really doesn't mean that much, but I tell you what, I think it's going to mean a great deal right now, especially for Mount Allison. They have to come out now and start to establish themselves physically. Laurier did that in the first quarter. They're going to have to come out and do that right now.
Kubas 4 for 8 for 71. He was 4 for 6 for 71 at one time. Only threw 2 passes in the second quarter. Very conservative Laurier offense, but to some extent dictated by injuries. Scharschmidt, top of your screen, playing with a sore knee. Stoop playing with a sore ankle at the bottom. And here comes Kubas. To the air he goes, and he looks for Stoop down the right side, and it is through the hands of Stoop. And before that, it went through the hands of the defender, John Kosempa. Terry Bachman, number 28, moves over.
This is a nice job. Kaya funnels him inside, and that way he receives help from Terry Bachman coming over from his position, and he actually makes the play by knocking the ball away. But a nice job by Kaya to force him inside, not to allow him to get outside.
Did you say he knocked the ball away? Maybe I missed it. I didn't think he got a piece of it.
I'm sorry, I thought he did touch it.
Well, either way, Stoop doesn't come down with it. I thought it went right through his hands, but perhaps he did knock it away. Second down and 10. Shotgun, Kubas. Throws for Spaltor, and there's a defender there who moved in front, and I think Kubas may have thrown that one away.
Yeah, I think it was a smart move by Bill Kubas to get outside, realizing that he didn't have a man there, and actually the defender, John Kosempa, was baiting him. He was daring him to throw it. He was all ready to step in front. Kubas wisely threw it away.
I would be interested in talking to the defensive coordinator of Mount Allison, because I was watching Scharschmidt and Stoop on that play, and they were both limping miserably. They really are playing well under full strength.
Yeah, they are, and I think you're going to start to see those corners kind of sneak up each time. The more they see them limping, because they realize they can't really get that push downfield.
11 men at the line of scrimmage. Third down and 10 for Laurier. O'Leary. Here comes the rush, and they kind of hold back. It's a nice kick. This has been a well-kicked game. Highs from his 43. Highs gets turned upfield quickly, but very good tackle. First man down is Derek Johnson. Gord Miller's down on the sidelines. What do you have, Gord?
Well, Michael, the difficulty for Mount Allison in the second half is this. If they try to establish the passing game, they'll be under a lot of pressure. Kirk Beaumont, the right guard for Mount Allison, will not return due to an ankle injury. And they're being handled up the middle by the larger Laurier defenders. And the concern is that Sean Hickey will have people in his face all day when he tries to throw.
Well, that has been the case, and certainly Marc Laurier does not need that injury, but he's facing not perhaps the best defense in the nation in the Laurier Golden Hawks. His team trails it by only 7, though. First and 10, and they have good field position, 50-yard line. He starts quickly, not afraid of the contact. He sticks his head in there. First man to grab a hold of him was Stu Lawson. And Marty Robinson was there as well.
Actually, that was a pretty good job by Mount Allison. They're starting to get off of the football right now. You know, Laurier had been a very physical defense in the first half, and now they're starting to try to get into some people, and that's going to maybe dictate this second half.
Well, 2 for 11, 12 yards and 1 interception.
Not a career day.
No, not surprising that they only have 4 points. But also not surprising that he's totally when you consider the defense he's facing. Second down and a short 5. And they throw quickly this time, and Hayes makes the catch. No, he doesn't. He drops the ball, and he would have come up 2 yards short of the first down anyway. Actually, it wasn't Mark Hayes. It was Guy Mercevier.
Now, if he had caught this ball, he still did not have the first down. You can see that he doesn't quite get the squeeze on it, and it pops out, and it's incomplete. He takes a look up at the Jumbotron to see exactly what happened.
Well, his drop just looked a lot bigger when he looked up there. But third down and 5, and the passing game continues to be no game at all for Mount Allison. And Ron Squires is back to kick once again. This time 10 at the line of scrimmage and 2 drop back. Good snap, not much pressure this time, and Squires' worst kick of the game. High bounce for Lonnie Taylor. Taylor has blazing speed, but he isn't able to get started fully. 33 on the kick, 4 on the return, and the 31-yard line is where the Laurier Golden Hawks will operate from with an 11-4 lead and 12:27 to play in the third.
Welcome back to the Sky Dome here. Mount Allison trailing the Laurier Golden Hawks 11-4. Larry Haler, Lee Pedersen in sight lines. North end of the Sky Dome. Larry, this game is dragging. What's the problem?
Well, I think both teams are still very nervous with the score 11-4. They seem fearful of taking fate into their own hands and trying to win it with a big play. And I think a big play is needed to open this football game up.
Well, I hope we see one in a hurry. Michael, back to you.
No question, Jamie, a big play is what Mount Allison would love to have, but they really haven't been close to achieving it.
Yeah, you just keep thinking that this whole game right now is like a spring just being, pushed down, and then one of the times it's going to uncoil, and whoever gets the next big play really might go on to win this football game.
Marc Laurier has not been able to find a way to get his quarterback really involved. If it's possible for a quarterback to be uninvolved, Sean Hickey really has been, while Rich Newbrow has seen well, his offense sputter perhaps to some extent because of injuries. First down, they go to the ground. Here's Cicchini and Mount Allison. You can see they were ready for that. Everybody within a couple of yards of the line of scrimmage.
Well, I tell you what, you don't get to the Vanier Cup if you're a bad coach. I don't think anybody would think that Mount A going in at halftime wouldn't make some adjustments to try and stop that off tackle. And I was saying earlier, they're just trying to bring some people up to the line of scrimmage and trying to play everybody tighter and not allow those big seams in the line of scrimmage right now. They're just trying to fill those gaps.
If you're Mount Allison, is it, to put it in its simplest terms, are you saying, hey, try to beat us deep?
Yeah, I think so, exactly. And I think that's actually the great strategy right now because they do have two wide receivers on the limb.
Second down and 7. Kubis fakes one man, throws, dumps it off to P.J. Martin, who's got a first down and lots more.
Good heads-up play by Bill Kubis. Outruns a blitzing linebacker and then finds P.J. Martin out in the flat with no one on him. Take a look at Sebastian Moreau comes in as well, and he just dumps it off. Nice job.
See if there's a late hit after this play. I saw Martin take the one shot. May have been a tad late.
Now P.J. Martin has been another one of those injured Golden Hawks. He's wearing a flak jacket because he has bruised ribs. He's had a bad ankle, a bad knee.
51-yard line. First down, they throw for Scharschmidt. He limps his way downfield, but the coverage is letter perfect.
Well, you know, you were just saying that a second ago, Michael, that they're challenging them, and that's exactly what Bill Kubis decides to do, is challenge him. Get the big man on, a smaller Matty Lacroix, 5'9" Matty Lacroix. Scharschmidt coming in at 6'4".
Scharschmidt running that play with the injury and unable to run anywhere near full speed. He's got to be saying to himself, boy, I wish I was healthy.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have that kind of a mismatch, the quarterback doesn't have to throw the ball perfectly because you can just put it up there and let both of them kind of jump for it. And the taller man invariably will come down with it more times than not.
So almost intentionally underthrow it. Second and 10, here's the blitz. And Laurier goes backside screen, incomplete.
I'll tell you what, I just watched Scharschmidt on that last play. He cannot run right now. I mean, he must be in a lot of pain. He must have a huge heart because I tell you what, he cannot run right at this instant. He's limping on the field. He's running down there trying to do the best that he can, but when you have a knee injury with the likes that he has right now with the stretched knee ligament, it's very, very tough.
Well, if he doesn't catch another ball today, he may have caught the big one.
You can just see him up the top of your screen. I mean, that's just not a receiver that you're going to really worry about.
Well, this game is intriguing. It has been called slow by a couple of people today, and perhaps it is, but when you consider that Laurier has a 7-point lead in all these injuries, it becomes very interesting. Mount Allison. Laurier hits a high one, a mile high, fielded at the 16-yard line.
Now, Laurier is playing very well there. You look at his season average, only 29 yards.
That one was 42, and that one was a mile high. And Deegan, I don't know whether he misjudged it, but...
Well, they always say as a punt returner, catch it in your hands, but I think he's taking a little bit too far. You don't want to be that far away from the ball when you catch it.
That was a great kick, though. It just held up for an eternity.
This has to be a punter's dream when you come into the Sky Dome. You don't have to worry about any wind or rain or bad weather.
First and 10, Mount Allison, 20-yard line. 11-4, Laurier leads it with 10:25 to play in the third quarter. Hickey taking all kinds of time, just barely gets it away. And first down, they run it into the line, and there's nothing there.
Okay, Laurier are playing tighter and tighter and tighter along that line of scrimmage right now.
Well, they've got everybody so close to the line of scrimmage that Does this play have any opportunity at all to work?
Not very much. You can see how stacked they were. Actually stacked way inside here. Just take a look at all these people in here. I mean, everybody's taken care of. They got all the people in here covered. It's very tough to run the ball inside. You can see Keller just kind of slants outside, and a great job by the nose tackle, Ferguson, to get into the backfield. That's exceptional defense.
Second and long again. Gets some time here. Rolls, look out from behind. He drops the ball. It's a free ball, and Laurier pounces on it. First down at the 2.
Marty Robinson in with the sack. Were thinking that, in fact, they're going to come after. They kind of back some people off. They only brought Robinson from the backside.
It was actually Burkett from the backside, and I think Robinson who picked up the ball, number 45.
That's right, ended up recovering the fumble.
Wow. Laurier has had trouble moving the ball, but they've only got to move it 2 yards for the touchdown. They lead by 7. First down and goal from the 2 with 9:15 to play in the third. Cicchini's got 1 touchdown, and now he's got 2. Disaster for Mount Allison, and elation for Laurier.
Well, if it works once when you're down the goal line for a touchdown, why not run it again? This time it was a nice move by Cicchini. It looked like he was going outside, and then he puts that nice plant with a left foot and cuts back inside to the end zone.
Snap goes to Spaltor, who's going to run and pumps once. Now he's going to run himself, and Spaltor takes a huge shot. He says he was in, but outstanding pursuit, and now a penalty. Now that was fabulous defense at the goal line. Was it Peter McIntyre, number 45, who met him right at the goal line?
Yeah, whoever would look like him, but I'll tell you what, whoever it was a heck of a shot.
Now the penalty came well after the play. Spaltor got up, and a Mount Allison player kind of just bumped into him. I mean, that was a wonderful hit. I think it was Phil McDonald.
Yeah,
let's get the call.
Converts, no good. Unsportsmanlike conduct after the play. Mount Allison, 10 yards on the kickoff.
Now this would have been a candidate for a Bono award.
Now Rich Newbro's not happy with that. Now Ralph Spaltor, the holder, said someday he wants to hold for the Buffalo Bills. Well, I'll tell you what, he might be reconsidering it after this shot by Phil McDonald. That's a great defensive play, I tell you.
And here's the unsportsmanlike conduct.
And I think that's a good call by the official. There's no sense for Eric Deegan to come in and do that kind of stuff.
It was certainly not vicious, but I guess there was something there. Anyway, it's 6 and not 7, and Laurier now leads by 13.
Mount Allison are trying to run screen here with Sean Hickey, trying to look downfield and peel off. But look at number 55, Jim Burkett, coming in from the backside. You see Keller there as well, but Burkett strips the ball. Now Hickey has no chance of picking it up. And in comes Marty Robinson, who tries to roll it into the end zone, but he's down where he recovers the football.
He couldn't take it in, but Andy Cicchini certainly could. Cicchini has been the money man, 3 touchdowns against Queens and number 2 today.
Yeah, again, they just love to run that off tackle to the left. You got the big guys over there, Brad Barker, the tackle, and Glenn Ferguson, the guard.
With all the injuries to the receivers, and Kubas has been hurt for a time as well. A couple of weeks ago, they have had to turn to Andy Cicchini, and he has delivered. Brownie's got a decent return. Penalty marker way back at midfield. Laurier was offside. And the Mounties will have to determine whether to accept the penalty or take the ball at the 24-yard line.
I think they should take them back.
Is it possible, and it's not generally the context that you use the word, to have an explosive defense? I think that Laurier does.
Yeah, really, they do. I mean, that's the kind of defense they've been playing.
offside. Laurier, number 41. It's a re-kick.
Well, the last thing that Mount Allison needed was to give up the turnover at the 2-yard line, knowing that Laurier was having a lot of trouble driving the ball, and Sean Hickey has missed his last 5 for Marc Laurier. Is there a question at this point whether Laurier will perhaps go to Pat Cloutier?
He might, you know, because last year both Sean Hickey and Pat Cloutier split the quarterbacking duties. They're both second-year players. But I don't think right now that he will take out Sean Hickey. I think that'd be one of the ways to destroy your quarterback's confidence. Sean Hickey's going to be in that program for a number of years. I don't think you pull him out by making a mistake like that, because sometimes that's not necessarily his mistake either.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Linebacker coming in and knocking him away.
It's the 2 completions midway through the third quarter that would concern me a little more.
No question. But I think that if you replace him now, I think it sends the wrong signal maybe to Sean Hickey. I think you put him in there, see if you can get something going now. If not, maybe you have to make a change.
Well, they re-kick. Last time Mount Allison got the ball to the 24-yard line. Let's see if they do any better. Well, they did exactly the same. 24-yard line. That's where the Mounties will begin this drive. Sonny Lacroix, 24 yards on the return. And it's Sean Hickey still at quarterback. And the scoring drive for the Laurier Golden Hawks. A mammoth drive. 1 play, 2 yards, 1 on the ground, 2-yard rush by Andy Cicchini.
It's about as quickly as it happened.
So Mount Allison now is in a different situation. Before, they could kind of play cozy and punt the ball back and forth and hope for a turnover. Now they know they're going to have to do something on their own offensively. They trail it by 13 with 8:40 to play in the third quarter. Here's option. Hickey pitches, and boy, a dangerous pitch. Hickey had already taken a couple of steps over the line of scrimmage.
And I'll tell you why he pitched, because he looked inside and he saw big number 77 coming at him, and he realized, I got to get rid of this thing. I'm going to get killed. Now watch when he turns up the field there. You can just see the legs coming in of Fred Grossman. Wise decision by Sean Hickey to pitch that ball away.
Well,
not necessarily for the play, but to save his life. Sean Hickey, one of the youngest starting quarterbacks in the CIAU, at only 18 years of age in his second year at Mount Allison.
Hickey throws on first down, lays it down. Biskey has perfect coverage, and it's incomplete. Just really has never found his rhythm today, Sean Hickey.
No, just never got into the groove at all.
And he, you know, in fairness to Sean Hickey, is not getting the benefit of time.
No, just look at these people. Look at the aggression coming across. I mean, that's just a great player. Great play. Reinhard Keller has to be one of the best defensive linemen that we have seen this year. I mean, Jason Rawhouse won the Down Lineman Award this year. Reinhard Keller must have been pretty close to him, because he's a fine, fine football player.
Ron Squires in the punt. 27-yard line is the line of scrimmage. It's third down and long. They have been faced with really second and third and long all day long. Everything seems to stem from the running game, and they haven't been able to run the ball, and they haven't been able to pass the ball, and I haven't thought of any other way to do it. And apparently neither have they. Squires kick. Oh, beautiful. He blasts it over the head of Lonnie Taylor. This one is huge. Taylor stops and gets nothing on the return, and you can't do much better than that. 66 yards on the kick. None on the return, and I might be overstating it to say that might be the turning point, but stay tuned immediately following the game for the TSN Turning Point. It's brought to you today by Sony. Laurier Golden Hawks scored a touchdown on their beautiful 2-yard drive last time they had the ball. This time they begin from their 21-yard line, so not quite the same benefit of field position. Here's P.J. Martin, always there when they need him. Martin, one of the best all-around fullbacks that we've seen, a great blocker and receiver, and gets the rare opportunity to carry the ball, and he's close to 10 yards on the play.
You know, that's something that Mount Allison's defense is really not expecting, because all season long, P.J. Martin has not been the big ball carrier, and they don't like to run the ball inside very much. They like to run it outside with Cicchini and off tackle. So Laurier have obviously put in their game plan that they're going to try and run P.J. Martin on the inside trap, thinking that Mount Allison are going to be more concerned about the outside running game.
Mark Ferguson looks on and watches the offense operate. Here's P.J. Martin again. He did make the first down before, so that was a first down play. Picked up a couple of The setting is obviously 90s here at the Sky Dome, and everything, as you look down on the field, looks new. But this is almost old-time football. We've only had 7 completions in this football game. Just almost everything has been on the ground.
And actually, I'm kind of surprised when you think of Laurier in particular now with Mount Allison, Grant Keeney, fine running back. He's going to carry the bulk of your offense. But Laurier all year long are a team that has thrown the ball. They seem to have found their running game in the last couple of weeks.
But also, they've got all those injuries, and they simply can't throw the ball. But here they do. Brenner over the middle, and he high-steps one man and turns it into a nice game. Craig Brenner carried the ball once and now has caught a pass.
Craig Brenner doesn't really catch a lot of passes for them, mostly as a ball carrier. Only had 11 receptions all year long. But play action pass, and they leave Brenner as a slot, just kind of turns him downfield and he hooks, finds that open area, and Bill Cubas gets him the ball.
Cubas had to like the look of the guy actually running downfield. All those other guys are limping. First down, P.J. Martin takes a big hit and picks up only 1. It's 2nd down and 9. 6:03 to play and counting in the 3rd quarter. I'm Michael Landsberg along with Jamie Bone. Ward Miller is down on the sidelines, finding out about injuries and talking to different people. And Lee Pedersen and Larry Haler are in the sidelines bar.
We talk about P.J. Martin and his dad. Many people out there might remember was a linebacker for the Argos for a number of years.
And people might remember him more recently as color commentator on CIAU telecast.
That's right.
For one season. Enjoyed working with him, and I know what he enjoys. Well, maybe that's not the right word. Talk about that in a second. Here's his son, P.J. Martin, has it slide off his hands. I was going to say he enjoys watching his son, but you and I talked to him at the Waterloo-Laurier game. I don't think he enjoys it at all. He says it's actually torture watching him play.
Bill Cubas, he's looking at P.J. Martin all the way. P.J. Martin just kind of goes out to the left and kind of sits there and then slides inside. Can't get on the football.
Somewhere, Mount Allison, a team that made all kinds of big plays all season long, needs one. Maybe not right now, but certainly soon. P.J. Martin, not a big player in terms of big plays for Laurier, but a guy who really an all-around player. Here's Pat O'Leary. He's had a good day. They go after the block, and they don't get that close to O'Leary. O'Leary, good kick, goes out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. Usually the punter's done a good job. It's actually out at the 16. So the Mount Allison Mounties, this has been the story all day. After a 37-yard kick, will start from poor field position, and they have got to find a way to get some kind of yardage on first down. They have struggled immensely on first down and actually 2nd and 3rd. That's a look at the fan cam as we look at him, and let's see what the fan cam has seen. This is the Reebok fan cam. Welcome back to Sky Dome. I'm Michael Landsberg along with Jamie Bone. 3rd quarter play, Laurier over Mount Allison by a score of 17-4. Let's go to sight lines for Leaf and Larry.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. You know, Mount Allison only 6 first downs in 2.5 quarters of play. Larry, you know what? I think it's taking its toll on their defense.
Well, I think so, too, because the Mount A defense has been on the field for a long period of time, and they're tiring. They're getting a little bit tired out there, and they're starting to gamble because they, I think, believe they have to make some plays on defense. So the offensive Mount A's got to get something going. They've got to just to protect their defense.
Boy, they sure do. Good party up here, Michael, in sight lines.
Much of the action is taking place in behind Leaf and Larry. We should sell spots there. That seems to be a much coveted position. Thank you very much, guys. Laurier over Mount Allison now, and the Mounties start from familiar field position at their 15. Over the middle they go, and almost picked off into a posse of Laurier defensive backs.
Yeah, just look at how many Laurier defenders are there. 6 guys around Mark Hayes. I mean, that's playing great defense. They get back in their zones when the ball's thrown. They all converge on the ball. Now, Hickey looks downfield all the way at Hayes. That doesn't give him much of a chance. But look at all the Golden Hawks that are in that picture.
You know, one of the reasons also is they only sent 3 guys downfield, Mount Allison. They're 2 wide receivers and 1 guy inside. And I guess...
Again, I keep asking that question. They came out on that quad formation. They had a little bit of success with it. They just went away from it, and I just can't understand it.
No. Those stats really don't need interpretation at all. 2nd and long again. He throws over the middle, and what a fabulous defense they have. Look at the active linebackers. Dave Nagy, 30 yards downfield, goes up with one hand to knock it away.
And the thing is, you know, all their linebackers can run. There's no question about that because he sits back in his zone. And look at the pressure that Hickey's under. I mean, You just can't have three people around you when you're trying to throw the ball, and then Dave Nagy drops back and gets the big paw on it. And this is a great effort. Goes up nice and high, knocks it away. Actually, it looks like he's trying to intercept it.
Perhaps trying to outdo Fred Grossman. And Hickey takes a big shot from Hugh Lawson.
You know, it's very tough to complete any passes when you've got all sorts of defenders in your face, and Sean Hickey certainly finding that out today. Boy, I tell you what, when you don't have any protection up front like that, it feels awful lonely back there.
Squires has kicked 6 times, average 42. His last one was an average booster. This one will help as well. Almost squirts through. Lonnie Taylor, like a shortstop with one hand, fields the ball and starts upfield, takes a shot from his own man, and the 42-yard kick. None on the return, and right at midfield, the Laurier Golden Hawks will begin this drive. You know, 3:57 to play in the third quarter. Ron Squires has had a very good season. He would be one of the best punters in the nation. I don't think there's any question about that. But, you know, this time you start to look for an MVP. Who might it be? It's a real tough game to call one here.
Yeah, no question. Ron Squires, actually the cousin of Sean Hickey. Both attended Fredericton High School.
I think if you talk about MVPs, you're going to have to look at perhaps the Laurier defense. 1st and 10. Laurier right at midfield. Kubas to the air, looks over the middle of Spaltor, and he's nicely open, and Spaltor looks it right into his hands, and he picks up 13.
Ralph Spaltor, playing in the slot back position, was telling us that his father played for the Laurier Golden Hawks back in 1966 and 68 when they were in 2 Vanier Cups. Unfortunately, the Hawks lost then, he was telling me. But he's trying to get a victory in the family.
Now, would Rich Newbrough have been with the team then?
Yes, I think he came in 1968. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Now that's got to make him feel just a little bit old to have coached the father and now the son.
Yeah, no question.
P.J. Martin and a gain of perhaps 6. It'll be 2nd down and 4. And we're talking about that Laurier defense. Gave up 5 points against Waterloo, 12 against Western, 22 against Queens, but none over the final 3 quarters of the game. The Laurier defense is now on the verge of winning them a national championship. Kubas stops, throws to P.J. Martin, still got to get turned upfield, keeps those legs driving, and John Kosemple does a very good job to bring him down short of a 1st down.
But just take a look at the time that Kubas has. There's nobody around him. You know, he's got all sorts of time back there. Pick out a receiver, and John Kosemple named All-Canadian this past week. You can see the kind of strength that he has. Now, he's not a stranger to this area as we take a look at, I believe it is P.J. Martin. But John Kosemple is from Saltfleet High School in Stony Creek, and they produce some pretty good players. We saw J.P. Very at halftime saying that he was from there.
That is P.J. Martin. And we were talking about his dad, Peter, why he doesn't enjoy watching games. I'm sure this is exactly why.
They said his dad cannot sit down. He has to continue to walk. He said he must have walked around the Sky Dome 15 times in the last game. John Kosemple. A couple of other great players out of that high school Saltfleet. The Masadi brothers, Paul Masadi, caught a touchdown pass in the Grey Cup. Also from Saltfleet. Leading interception leader in the CIAU this past season was 7.
Interesting that Masadi also went to the East Coast. He elected to go to Acadia.
And then he had his brother Christian at McGill University. And I believe Jason is there as well.
Martin was close to a 1st down. They're actually not bringing the chains up to measure. They've already done that. They just want to get exactly the right placement. 2:42 to play in the third quarter. Laurier leads at 17-4. You know, we've seen all kinds of big comebacks this season, and perhaps the Mounties would have to mount the biggest one. Not in terms of numbers, but in terms of the way this game's gone. Let's go to sightlines right now.
Well, Michael, you know what? I say gamble 3rd down, try and bury him. How about you, Coach?
I second the opinion, Leaf. I think you got to try to win the football game right here in a big way, and then Mounties on the ropes.
All right.
3rd down, and it is a gamble. Kubas keeps it himself, and he has got it. And yeah, I know what you mean, Coach, when you say they got him on the ropes. If they could score a touchdown here, the Mounties would be in big trouble.
Yeah, they're in big trouble right now, but that would make it almost insurmountable because they really haven't established anything offensively at all today. And that tells you what it's all about right there. First downs this quarter, 6-0.
Ironically, though, for Laurier, the scoring drive for Rich Newbro didn't involve any first downs.
Take a look at Rich Newbro, the gentleman with the hat, and beside him is Gord Grace, former receiver with the Waterloo Warriors back in the late 70s, early 80s.
Kubas, 32-yard line. And here's Andy Cicchini, penalty marker down. I think Ralph Spaltor, number 73, may have crossed the line just a bit early.
I think he twisted his ankle as well. I think he was running and he twisted his ankle, and that's why he jumped offside.
Ralph Spaltor.
Legal procedure, Laurier.
Spaltor will hobble off the field. And it was Spaltor that went offside. I'd like to just look down a little bit if we could and perhaps check out his socks. Ralph Spaltor.
Well, he told me he tried to lobby for a Bone Award this year. He said, I wear the best socks and I have the best dance in the end zone. But I said, I'm not so sure about the socks. But you're right. There they are.
Now, those aren't socks even, are they?
Laurier is declined. Second down.
That'd be a Gore-Tex suit or something like that.
I think that's what it is. Those Lycra pants that they wear underneath there.
They? He might be the only guy that I've seen wearing that.
I've seen a couple of guys. I think some Queens guys did a couple of weeks ago as well. They were red, so they look like socks. But
usually when it's a little colder, maybe, but it certainly isn't cold. It's beautiful inside. We're glad that you're with us. Bill Kubas sprints out. That's what he can do, is make the defender miss. Now he directs traffic, and Kubas hauled down from behind. Let's pay tribute to number 52, Jeff Dan, who simply wouldn't quit on the play.
And you know, this is the thing that they try to teach all outside linebackers, is never lose contain on the quarterback. Now Dan ends up losing container. They fake counter here to Cicchini. Now you see Dan at the top of your screen. He's got to work outside, not up the field. He wants to force Kubas to stop, and then Kubas is in trouble. You cannot allow the quarterback to get outside.
Well, I think Dan realized that, and he worked his way and kept working and finally made the tackle, but not before. Bill Kubas had picked up a first down. First down, 17-yard line. Laurier looking to perhaps put this one away. Inside handoff. Brenner cuts inside, and Brenner falls forward and picks up close to a first down. He got a good 8. It'll be second and short.
Well, Laurier like to run counters. We take a look at Brenner running the ball inside. You can see everybody's trying to go after the ball. Eric Deegan tries to stick a hand in there to knock the ball out.
The ball did start to slide down on Brenner, but he was able to bring his other hand in and grab a hold.
And I think Larry Haler said it perfectly earlier that it almost seems to be up to the Mount Allison defense to try and make some big plays, and that's what they're trying to do right now by going after the ball.
Laurier is what they're chanting. They want the Golden Hawks into the end zone. Kubas looks, stops, makes a great move into the end zone. He's got P.J. Martin, but it's over his head, and a penalty's down. Marker down in the secondary. This is a huge call. It's
receiver downfield, number 54.
Well, it would be third down and 2. Normally you would decline that. Perhaps Marc Laurier will hesitate long enough to see whether or not Laurier would in fact go for it.
Take a look at the top right of your screen. We can see number 54, Dwayne Cooper, the right tackle in the end zone. Now, as much as he might like to get into the end zone, he's a little premature.
Receiver downfield, number 54, Laurier. Second down repeated.
Bill Kubas 8 for 17 now for 129 yards. And Matt Allison was faced with a tough decision. Do you go for 3rd and 2? Is that the situation to put Laurier in, or 2nd and 12?
I think they made the right choice, because I think Laurier would have gone for it in 3rd and 2 to try to put this game out of reach.
Shotgun, 2nd down and 12, and Kubas throws in the end zone. He's got a man, and the ball is right there on the money. It turned out to be the wrong decision because Bill Kubas made him pay, and it's now 3 and counting for Andy Cicchini.
Well, they take both backs out of the backfield. You can see P.J. Martin is on the left, and so is Cicchini, and he's just going straight up the field. And Bill Kubas airs it out. And you can see John Kosempo Just can't get there in time. Laurier have taken control of this football game, no question about it.
Well, that was an impressive drive. The last one was only 2 yards, but this one much more impressive, and it finishes the way I think basically every drive has finished for Laurier the past couple of weeks, and that has been in the hands of Andy Cecchini.
Well, it's interesting. They take Cecchini out on his sideline, and then he turns it upfield, and you can see that Posempo can't get there at all. And Bill Cuba's very happy out of Brampton. Attended St. Thomas Aquinas High School along with teammates Pat O'Leary, not only the punter, but also wide receiver.
Andy Cecchini, 3 touchdowns last week, 3 touchdowns today. In his 5th and final year, desperately wanted to win a Vanier Cup, and if any guy has ever done as much as he is humanly capable of, it's Andy Cecchini.
And he's going to be a fine candidate for the Ted Morris Trophy, I'm sure. This goes to the most valuable player of the Vanier Cup.
88-yard drive. Excuse me, 8-play, 55-yard drive. 327 in terms of time. Good coverage again. Laurier has been rock solid on specialty teams. Jerry Smith was the first man down. 23 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. Grant Keeney had just a wonderful season for Mount Allison, for Marc Laurier, but
and, you know, let's take a look at sorry, Michael. When we take a look at Mount Allison, consider where this team was 2 years ago. 0-7. Did not win a game in 1989. 2 years later, they're in the Vanier Cup. That's a pretty incredible job by both Jacques Dussault and now Marc Laurier to turn that program around.
1st and 10, 35-yard line. Hickey throws, and there is Tim Biskey, but Biskey misses it, and the receiver has got it. Wow, Sonny Lacroix, as Biskey appeared to be in perfect position. Now that's going to help Sean Hickey's statistics.
And that's going to help Mount A's cause. More importantly, Hickey just throws it deep down the field. Sonny Lacroix comes inside. A great effort for Lacroix to get to the football. Now he's got pretty good speed. Again, let's take a look at Hickey. Look at this. Hangs in here. I mean, I tell you what, this guy's showing a tremendous amount of poise under that kind of pressure.
Can't believe the ball got there because he fell as he was throwing.
Yeah, incredible. I think I'd be falling down if I saw Reinhard Keller coming at me as well.
Mount Allison finally may have something going. 27-yard line. This will be the final play of the 3rd quarter. And they're going to get a touchdown. Grant Keeney, touchdown. Now, if you're saying to yourself, how did Grant Keeney get into the end zone? Let us show you how. Wow, they fooled everybody. Okay, here it is.
Well, take a look. The center just leaves it there. Keeney comes in and takes it from the center. Everybody's chasing Hickey. Now, one guy sniffs it out, and that's Marty Perrick.
2 guys did.
He doesn't have the speed to stop Grant
Marty
Keeney.
Perrick and our cameraman on the reverse angle,
that's right,
who hung right there. Great job.
This is incredible. Oh, this is a great play. Look at Mike Jardine. He just sits there with the ball.
Now, Nebraska Cornhuskers have done that before. We've seen it in different forms, but never better executed than this one. Wow.
And you wonder why it's taken that long maybe to run that kind of a play, because they run that play earlier. They're back in the football game. As it is now, they're back in the football game.
They did it in the Orange Bowl. Nebraska did, and it worked. I think Dean Steinkuhler scored a touchdown on it. This time, it's Grant Keeney who scores the touchdown, and the Reebok fan cam picks up some celebrating Wilfred Laurier fans, although you have to ask yourself why they're celebrating it this time. Big touchdown by the Mount Allison Mounties. Well, the 3rd quarter ended in great fashion for the Mount Allison Mounties. Let's go down on the sidelines, and here's Gord Miller.
Michael, the Laurier Golden Hawks came off the field absolutely stunned. Looked up at the Jumbotron, saw a replay of what happened, and they still can't believe it. They wanted another look. Still half the players in this sideline buzzing and trying to figure out exactly how they got burned on that play.
And that's the great thing about that play. If they're not sure what happened, maybe they could run it again because they're all probably trying to look up at the Jumbotron to see what happened.
Laurier from its 15-yard line. Here's Lonnie Taylor. He's got great speed and he's got some room. Taylor bursts through a gaping hole and he's out to the 43-yard line. And let's take a look at the fumble Ruski one more time. Now, I guess the rule is the center just has to, the quarterback has to touch the ball for a second, right?
Yes. Now, Mark Laurier says that they've been playing this year, doing it with all smoke and mirrors. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of smoke and a great big mirror in this one because this is an excellent play. To say the only guy that really saw it was Marty Perrick, but didn't have quite the angle to catch that fast Grant Keenan.
Laurier, 43-yard line. They throw to Stuke, and Stuke comes back and picks up 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6. But the key, I guess, is that the quarterback, as soon as he touches the ball, then it's an official snap.
No, it doesn't. The quarterback does not even have to touch the football. As soon as the center snaps the ball, the play is live. And we have Ken Green right here beside us, and I'm wondering, Ken, can you give us an official call on that fumble, Ruski?
Yeah, the rule is anyone can take the ball from the center, providing he is not then occupying a line position. It does not have to be the quarterback who takes it first.
Well, you heard it from Ken Green, head of officials. That illegal play.
Well, Hickey touched the ball and just left it there and rolled out, and everybody went with Sean Hickey. Everybody but Tim Biskey and Jim Flaxman, our cameraman, who picked it up. And here's the scoring drive. 2 plays, 75 yards, 1 on the ground, 1 through the air. Of course, the 1 on the ground that counted was the 28-yarder to Grant Keeney. The other one through the air was a pass that Tim Biskey appeared to be in pretty good position, but Sonny Lacroix made the catch. And Laurier will have to kick it right back to Mount Allison. 24-11. It's a 13-point lead. High kick by O'Leary. Highs at his 23 and brings it out only to the 31-yard line. 36 yards on the kick, just 3 on the return. And I guess it was interesting that you said that Gord Miller was saying that they came off the field and they still weren't sure what happened. Maybe go right back to it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know if they go right back to it right now. I'm sure Rich Newbro has seen it on the Jumbotron as well. Exciting play.
Third quarter statistics look like this. Laurier far and away out statisticking, if there is such a word. The big thing there are the turnovers, and the 4th turnover by Mount Allison came at their own 2-yard line, and that gave Laurier the easy touchdown. 24-11 with 13:17 to play. The Mounties are in trouble, but not out of it yet. Hickey throws. He's got a man downfield, and Biskey with good coverage right on his man, Sonny Lacroix.
Well, they try to come back with the same play that they had success with earlier, and that's that deep post. Protection a little bit better this time, but Biskey plays it very, very well. Cuts in front, knocks the ball away, and then he holds Lacroix so he cannot get the ball as it's still live in the air.
I'm surprised they've gone over Tim Biskey's area more than they have the other side.
Well, I think you know what it is. I think it's a right-handed quarterback who likes to throw to the right side most times, and that's why usually teams defensively put their best defensive backs on the offensive right.
1 for his last 10, Sean Hickey is. He needs one here. Over the middle he throws, and it was behind the intended receiver, who actually broke clear. One of the first times today that we've seen anyone break clear. That was number 74, Jonas Coulter. I guess the problem is, at the end of the day, you can try to fool the other team, and you can do it every once in a while, but to win a football game like this against a good team, Mark Laurier knows that they're going to have to do it with basic football, running and passing.
Yeah, and you can see he was talking to his offensive coordinator there, Stuart Frazier, who was an All-Canadian with the UNB Red Bombers in the 1970s, and later went on to play in the CFL with Saskatchewan and Ottawa.
Squires has had a good day. 3rd down and 10. 12:37 to play and count. Here comes Biskey, and Biskey actually got blocked out by one of his own men. High, towering kick. Lonnie Taylor at his 47. 5 yards on the return after a 36-yard kick. And the Laurier Golden Hawks, they have the lead, they have the ball, and they'll have our attention when we return to Sky Dome.
Welcome back to the Sky Dome. Mount Allison trailing Laurier 24-11. Coach Larry Haler, you have seen this fumble Ruski before.
Yeah, I have. Last year at St. Mary's when they did a great job of executing off the punt team for a touchdown right near the end of the half. It made a big difference in the outcome of our football game. Creative, innovative football. Did a great job. The question really now is, Lee, is it too little, too late?
Yeah, is it enough to get them back into this one?
It's hard to tell. You know, they had an offensive scheme down here and to get out of their own end. Ball's in Laurier's hands right now.
We shall see. Michael?
I guess, guys, the answer is it's not enough on its own. Yeah, it's 7 points, but it still only brings them within 13. And if they can find a way to throw it and run it without fooling the Laurier Golden Hawks just playing well, then it will be significant. If not, it won't turn out to be a turning point in this game. The Laurier Golden Hawks have the ball just on their own side of center at the 52-yard line. This is the Vanier Cup on TSN. 12:22 to play. We're glad you're with us. We hope you've joined us throughout the season to watch CIAU football, and we're glad that you're with us as champion will be crowned. First down, Kubas to the air. He looks for Scharschmidt way downfield. The coverage is there, and it's almost intercepted. And Scharschmidt just does not have the wheels today.
And I'll tell you what, that's a tough throw for the quarterback. I mean, he's right-handed, has to get back set, throw it all the way across the other side of the field, and he just can't get it out there deep enough, and the clock comes off to Scharschmidt. But you're right, just take a look at Scharschmidt. You know, he just doesn't have that power coming off of that left leg anymore because of the knee injury.
And that may have been it for Scharschmidt, who gave his all to try to get downfield for his quarterback, but his all on this day just isn't a lot of speed. And that's too bad, because he is lightning fast and has got great size, and I think next year will be a star in the OUAA. Kubas throws over the middle, and it's picked off. Penalty marker down right at the line of scrimmage. Somebody was offside. And this is a huge call. Let's see who it goes against. It's going to go against the Laurier Golden Hawks, so the Mount Allison Mounties will get the ball in Laurier territory.
Illegal procedure. No in. Laurier. Decline. First down, Mount Allison.
Well, a huge break for Mount Allison again. They get the ball in pretty good field position. Now it's going to be up to that offense to see whether or not they can get things going.
Through to Ralph Spaltor, but right into a crowd. And the ball was intercepted by
Dave Luna, number 54.
And Andy Cicchini is down. Actually, Cicchini is incredibly durable, but gets banged around so much. He's not an overly big guy, and he plays such an aggressive style. In the Churchill Bowl, they actually helped him off 3 times, but he came back each time to score a touchdown.
And I think it looked like he might have taken the knee of Dave Luna in the side when he was making the tackle. Take a look at it here when he's going down, and you can see right there, he gets the knee right on the side of the ribs, or right on the hip. It's either a hip pointer or some bruised ribs.
Turnovers, 4 for Mount Allison, 2 for Laurier. The second, an interception by Luna, and far and away the biggest so far for the Mount Allison defense.
Well, if Mount Allison can score here, I tell you what, Michael, we've got a heck of a finish coming up. They haven't been able to do it without tricks today offensively, but you never know. Mark Laurier, a pretty innovative young coach, maybe he's got some more of those up his sleeve somewhere.
First down, Mount Allison. They got the turnover, but the key is doing something with it. Their own 52-yard line. First and 10. Hickey takes the 3-step drop and then runs, and Hickey's got good speed. Hickey gets walloped from behind, but actually the hit from behind pushed him ahead. It was a mad charging Hugh Lawson.
You know, that's a sign of a great team. When you've got people, quarterback draw all the way, but a sign of a great defense. You know, when all those linemen are working up the field, and then Hugh Lawson comes back from rushing up the field and lays the lick on the quarterback. I mean, some guys, when they get deep in the back, they just kind of turn around and say, hey, I'm out of the play. Not this Laurier Golden Hawk defense. That's a great effort by Hugh Lawson.
That's a massive shot, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
I was surprised Hickey held on to the ball.
Yeah, especially when you don't see it coming. You don't think it's going to be coming that way. You think it's going to be coming from guys working
up the field back to you.
Rare second and short. It's actually about 2.5 yards to go. First time we've seen this formation. Option. Hickey keeps it himself, pitches out, and they'll get a first down. Wow, tough way to do it, but number 33, John Stanfield.
And if you're a Maritimer, you might be familiar with that name, John Stanfield.
Even if you're not a Maritimer, you might be familiar.
That's right, actually, absolutely. John Hickey comes down at the last moment, holds the ball and then pitches it out to Stanfield and makes a nice job picking the ball up here and getting the first down. If you remember, Robert L. Stanfield was the Premier of Nova Scotia for a number of years, the head of the Progressive Conservative Party. Well, this John Stanfield is his his grandnephew, from what I understand. Attended Prince Andrew High School in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia.
47-yard line. Grantini looks for the hole, but there isn't one there. It'll be second down and 7. They went for, well, perhaps they didn't go for the two-point conversion. I'm not sure whether they attempted to do that or not, but right now it's fairly important because the lead is 13. If they would have got it, it would have been a much tougher task, or at least even if they'd gotten the one. 2 touchdowns right now would win it for Marc Laurier, but against this defense, 2 touchdowns is an awful lot. And this is when they've gotten into difficulty. Second and long.
And Laurier just playing man coverage. I think they're going to be coming with their linebackers.
I think he changes it at the line of scrimmage, taking a lot of time. Takes the quick drop. And now looks to run. Stops. Oh, did a nice job lulling the defense in. He stopped. The defense moved inside, and he went outside.
I tell you, what a great effort by Sean Hickey here. I mean, this guy told us earlier this week, he said, I had a chance to watch Chris Flynn for a year in the Maritimes, and I just watched what he did. I can't do it maybe as well. I'll tell you what, he can do it every bit as well as Flynn did. This is just a great job. Breaking out Marty Robinson to get outside, and we're talking about how the linebackers never want to lose contain. But Hickey actually sent him inside, brought him inside.
Seems to be more effective out of the pocket rather than dropping straight back, where he can improvise and ad lib, as he did there for a first down, 33-yard line. They trail it by 13. And, well, the ball is fumbled. They tried to fumble Ruski again, and they missed the exchange.
And you know what? It was there again. That's the nutty thing. If you're Laurier's defensive coordinator, you got to say, hey, what's going on here?
The question is, did we pick it up again?
Mark Jardine, the center, without a helmet. Be wise to get one on. Now again, they fake the snap. You can see Hugh Lawson gets deep, and everybody's pursuing, and it's Marty Robinson's the key. Now he sees it at the end, but I tell you what, if he picks it up, Marty Robinson's out of the play. Jardine does a nice job to come back and jump on the football. And I think Dave Nagy or Reinhard Keller, I couldn't quite see who the injured ball player was in that.
It's actually Mark Ferguson. Second down and 14. 8:47 to play in the football game, or at least regulation. A 13-point lead for the Laurier Golden Hawks. A little bit of time this time for Hickey. He looks downfield for Hayes. Touchdown! What a beautiful pass!
The side closest to us is erupted. Sean Hickey airs this one out to Mark Hayes, who is doing a bench management right up the field. There's nobody there at all, and the reason there's nobody there is because they took the wide receiver and ran him inside on a post, influencing all the defensive backs, thinking the ball was going to be thrown inside, and that's why those posts thrown earlier inside to Sonny Lacroix set up that touchdown.
Wow, what a pass, and what a catch. On his very fingertips, he brought it in.
And you can see he says, we're coming back.
Well, it looked to be all Laurier, then the fumble Ruski, and then the long bomb. And you know what? When we add it all up, we got a football game. All the noise is from the Mount Allison crowd. Let's go downstairs to Gord Miller.
All right, there's a deafening racket down here. Two things you should know. One, the misconduct by Mount Laurier, according to our people here, Wilfred Laurier rather, was an attempted fake. They were trying for two. That could be key. Also, they're playing a prevent defense, and they were on that last play. I don't understand why. They had great pressure earlier when they were blitzing.
And you know, a good point. I think it was the Fumblerooski that stopped all the pressure. How about you, Coach?
I agree with you, Lee. I mean, I think the first one, they really weren't sure where the ball was. They ran it again down here, and it was there again, other than the misexecution. And now the pass rush is sort of looking to see where the football is, and they've slowed it down a tad. That's a great job.
Yeah, and the best pass that Sean Hickey has thrown all day. No question about it. Michael?
Well, when Gordon Miller was talking about playing prevent defense, many offensive and defensive coaches will tell you all it prevents you from doing is winning. So Laurier should get back to what they were doing before because he was pretty successful.
Let's see Mount Allison fly down and cover this kick. Yearwood cuts it up inside and is out to the 30-yard line.
And I tell you what, you can see Mount Allison are way up a big notch right now in terms of hustling down the field.
The scoring drive went like this. Really the only scoring drive of the day. 6 plays, 58 yards, 38 on a letter-perfect strike from Sean Hickey to Mark Hayes that has cut the lead to just 6 with 8:26 to play. So for the first time virtually today, the Laurier offense is feeling some pressure to move the ball. Cicchini, 3 touchdowns on the day, slides off and goes outside. Big play by Andy Cicchini. And Cicchini just brought down from behind.
Tell you what, he's something else. I mean, after that interception the last time, he has to make the tackle, gets hurt, goes off the field. Then he comes in, and then he realizes it's all stuffed up inside, and he slides it out. All great running backs, they say, have great vision. Look at this one. This is great. Puts the ball in the left hand, then he takes it up the field. Now it's a foot race. Wow.
Peter McIntyre, the injured player for Mount Allison. But it's almost as though Andy Cicchini has decided 2 weeks ago that they're going to win the Vanier Cup.
Yeah.
15 carries and 2 touchdowns, also a touchdown through the air. 6 touchdowns in less than 2 games for Andy Cicchini. That takes some of the pressure off, but certainly not all of it. 8:07 to play. A most important 40-yard run by Andy Cicchini because with a 6-point lead, a field goal is just about as good as a touchdown for Laurier. Small tour in motion. Mount Allison, 8 men right at the line of scrimmage. They give the ball to P.J. Martin. Penalties down, and Martin still driving is close to a first down. Penalties, penalties, penalties all day long for Laurier.
Yeah, that's really hurt them. Just when it looks like they're putting them away, and you can see Rich Newbrough kind of chewing on the end of that pen. Doesn't like it one bit.
You know, this has been a season of things going back and forth. It's Dave Luna, the injured player from Mount Allison.
Holding, Laurier, number 42. First down repeated.
If you just look at Laurier, they've got all kinds of experience in both ends of big comebacks. Against the Western Mustangs earlier this year, they were leading the Mustangs at the half. In fact, after 3 quarters, and Western came up with perhaps the best 4th quarter that we've seen. And I'd like to ask Larry Haler right now. Leaf, can you ask him about that comeback that Western made against Laurier?
Well, I'm here, Mike, and you know, it was a great comeback. There's no question. And I think, disrupted the poise of the Laurier defense a little bit. And to a certain extent, I think there's a similar pattern evolving here. So, I think great defense is a consequence of confidence and poise and belief. And their belief has been maybe tested a little bit. And I think that's where we are right now in this football game.
How many points did you score in the 4th quarter?
I think we scored something like 43, Michael. I didn't score any, but our team scored a few.
Western Mustangs head coach Larry Haler. Penalties, yes, 11 for Laurier. The final penalty, a 10-yarder, a holding, and a big one. Here's Brenner, turns it inside, but not going to get there. Mount Allison swarms all over him. He's still going. The gain is just a few, and Brenner takes a huge hit out of bounds. He ended up making 4, perhaps the toughest 4 yards we've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was a tough 4 yards, trying to run that counter again back inside. And boy, Mount Allison did a pretty good job right here trying to string it out. You can see how many folks are coming into the picture here right now. Brenner, pretty good effort by Craig Brenner. Not much there, tries to make the best of it. And you're right, they got lucky, Mount Allison, because Terry Backler put his shoulder into him and he was well out of bounds.
Way late, and it could have been a very bad hit on Brenner, who actually went into the car driving one of our cameras. Second down and long. Cicchini shoots through the hole, but comes up short of a first down. He's still 10 yards short, so the question now is it out of the range of Spiros Anastasakis? And I think it probably is.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, well, his longest this year was 39 yards, so this would be a 47-yarder right now. And it looks like they put in Pat O'Leary to punt the ball.
They wanted the field goal desperately, leading it by 6. And the holding penalty is really what deprived them of any shot at it.
And now the single point here looms big. It'll be interesting to see what Pat O'Leary does here. I think what he should try and do is punt it and try and aim it to one of the corners. But look what Mount Allison are doing. They're putting 3 people back to prevent the ball from going into the end zone.
You know, even if they don't give up the single, though, field position is going to be disastrous for Mount Allison. Here's a kick that does not get out of bounds. And actually, Mount Allison will come out of this one fairly unscathed. High stays in bounds. He's out of bounds at the 16-yard line, so that's not too bad, considering they punted from the 40-yard line. 6:50 to play. It's a 6-point Laurier lead. What's happening, Gord?
Well, they had a meeting on the Laurier sideline to talk about what they do defensively. They're going to go back to what was successful in the second and third quarters. That is pressure up the middle. Look for 3 defensive linemen lined up right up the middle. They'll try to get in the face of the quarterback, and don't look for them to play 9 deep zone anymore. They'll be coming after whoever's back there for Mount Allison.
You know, the interesting thing is they were playing 9 deep zone in the prevent defense, and they end up getting a huge play, a man wide open. That's the kind of play that's supposed to prevent.
Yeah, that's right. But I think what Laurier's whole game plan was to get pressure on the quarterback, get in his face, throw him off of his rhythm. They've done that for 3 quarters, but now they laid off of him. And he gets back in the football game.
And Keeney bounces outside, but he bounces right into the hands of another Laurier defender. Keeney's gain is maybe 1. It'll be second down and 9.
Mark Laurentier just stepped in to play. Number 74 is the messenger. And that's Jonas Coulter coming in.
Well, this is when you want a veteran quarterback who's been there before and will remain poised. Pretty tough with an 18-year-old quarterback, even though he's in his second year. Sean Hickey has had a great season and had done everything that Mark Laurier had hoped, but this is a tough situation. Second and 9. Hickey stops, and then is he sacked? No, he keeps the legs going. Directs traffic, throws, has a man downfield.
Incredible!
He was in the grass. I was waiting to see if there was a whistle, but no whistle, and he throws a perfect strike.
This guy is incredible. They're going to have to start calling Sean Hickey the magician right here, because I don't know how he got out of this. Jim Burkett's already celebrating the sack and running off the field, thinking that the punt return team's going to come in, but no way. He finds the Servier downfield.
Wow, it's a 6-point lead, and Mount Allison just won't die. First and 10, 50-yard line. Hickey, it's a quarterback draw, gets a little room, and then protects the ball. It's a gain of 7. It's second down and a long 3, about 3.5 yards to go.
They have to be awful excited now on the Mount Allison sideline, and a lot of concern on the side of Laurier. Sean Hickey really didn't do much for the first 3 quarters, but I tell you what, it's been his quarter the whole 4th quarter.
Hickey's got 59 yards on 6 carries in the ground.
2 big passing plays.
Gives the ball to Keeney, and Keeney popped at the line of scrimmage. Fred Grossman, all-Canadian, in his 5th year, desperately wants a Vanier Cup, and he really helped his team's cause there. But the one thing that big play did was enable
Well, Laurier said they're going to start firing their linebackers. You see Grossman, he comes firing right through that gap, and nobody has him. Not fooled at all, just taking care of his responsibility of going to that gap. They had a stunt on up front, trying to bring the linebackers inside.
Now, I'm really surprised here. It's 3rd down and 5, and Mount Allison is going for it. I thought for sure, with 4 minutes to play, they would kick it. Wow. That is a shocking call by Mark Laurier. Third down and 5. Hickey gives the ball to Keeney, and he comes up short of a first down. I can't figure this out.
Well, that's a case right now where there's some miscommunication on the part of the Mount Allison offense, and you can see that the noise level affected Sean Hickey because he was having some problems communicating with his players on the field, because it looked to me like there was supposed to be an option here, and Hickey was to look at the defense, and you can see him changing the play, but nobody can hear him right now. And all the other people are coming up saying, what are you doing? Mark Hayes jumps in there, Guy Servier. Now, they might have it straight there, but there has to be some concern when you can't communicate effectively at the line of scrimmage.
I really wonder about the call, though. 3rd down and 5 with 4 minutes to go. They got a great kicker. They could have kicked him deep. But Laurier turns it over on downs at the 42-yard line, and here's Andy Cicchini. Excuse me, Mount Allison turns it over, and Cicchini is close to a first down. Let's go to Leaf and Larry in sightlines. Guys, what do you think? 3rd and 5, would you have kicked it?
Hey, Michael, momentum in your favor. 5 to go. Larry, I don't think so. How about you?
What a tough call for me. I would have kicked it. But you know what they're trying to do? Well, because I think you pin him deep and there's a great deal of pressure on the Laurier offense.
We'll see how it turns out.
Split decision from sightlines bar. Jamie, what would you have done?
Again, I think I would have to agree with that. I think you've got Laurier in the ropes. Kick it, put him deep in their own end, and force them to work it out of the shadow of their own end zone.
It's a huge call. Cicchini looks for the first down, driving ahead hard, and I think he's got it. It was 2nd down, not 3rd. So it's not necessarily a critical play here. He's within an inch of it either way. He's an inch short of a first down.
Yeah, that's what it looks like from here.
No, he is an inch short of a first down.
I believe you. Listen, who am I to disagree with you? You've been right all season long. Well, I shouldn't say all season long.
He's
had a couple
guaranteed
of
he's an inch short of a first down.
Well, it's right in front of us. We should be able to see that. Oh, an inch and a half.
No, it's an inch. Come on. Easy call, I guess, for Rich Newbrough. There'll be many tough ones today, but 3rd down and an inch.
I think the quarterback sneak this one. Just fall ahead. Tell Bill Cubis, stay low.
Mark Laurier, I believe, still has 2 timeouts to his credit. There's the 3-minute warning, although it comes 23 seconds after the 3-minute warning, or the 3-minute point. 2:37 to play. It's a 6-point lead. 3rd down and inches to go. Kubis keeps it himself, and Kubis easily picks up the first down.
And the concern now for Mark Laurier is the time with 2 minutes and 29 seconds remaining in the game. If Laurier play it smart right now, they can take off about a minute of that, even if they do not get a first down. So now clock management becomes a very big part of Laurier's offensive game plan.
And a very big part of Mount Allison as well. They've got the 2 timeouts to play with, and generally the thinking is you use it when the other team's got the ball, because when you've got it, you've got more control.
Yeah.
And I guess, of course, the key for Mount Allison is getting it. Here's Cicchini. Into the line he goes. To the outside, and Cicchini picked up a healthy game, but he goes out of bounds.
Now that's one thing he did not want to do, and Rich Newbrough doesn't like that at all, because that stops the clock.
I think you have to rephrase that. That's one thing he shouldn't have wanted to do, but it appeared as though that's
what he did.
That's
what he did. Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, he should just kind of hook slide here, but Andy Cicchini's that kind of a competitor, wants to try and take it as many yards as he can get.
Well, the bad news was for Laurier got out of bounds. The good news is he picked up 8 yards. .207 to play. The clock is stopped. And somehow Mount Allison must find a way to stop Andy Cicchini and P.J. Martin. You know that Kubis probably won't throw the ball. Here's Cicchini. He's got the first down. Same play. And he runs headlong into Marty Parrott. Big collision. Terry Bachman.
Well, Laurier all day have been able to run off tackle. I tell you what, when you got people in front of you like P.J. Martin blocking for you at 6'1", 220 pounds, it's no wonder. And Cicchini takes a big shot from Terry Bachman. One of the hardest hitting defensive backs we've seen all season long in Terry Bachman.
He stayed inbounds. Play was blown in at about 2:02. Kubas looked over at the bench to Rick Smitch, and as a result, has taken a lot of time. He's going to have to hustle to get this one away. And he just does. Cicchini, not this time. Cicchini, 21 carries for 137 yards, 2 touchdowns, and also 1 through the air. I think if I was Marc Laurier, I might consider taking a timeout here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, only a minute and 38 seconds left on the clock.
Although
you can't control it.
I don't know what signals he was doing there, but I don't think any of them were for timeout.
No, that's right.
1:33. They allow the clock to run.
Now, if they don't get a first down here, I'm sure Laurier will, in fact, take the timeout.
They'll keep the ball on the ground, we anticipate. Yes, they do. Andy Cicchini, but Cicchini not even close to a first down. He's at the 40-yard line, and it seems as though Mount Allison will get one last crack at it.
And now they have to call the timeout. But I don't see any signal coming from the Mount Allison bench. Now, the reason I say call a timeout now, you can control the clock when you're on offense by throwing an incomplete pass, running out of bounds, those kind of things. You can't control it.
I can't believe that he's not going to call a timeout at this point. Well, they've given up virtually 40 seconds of game time in the last 2 plays. And unfortunately, you can't get it back. It's a 6-point Laurier lead. O'Leary will be happy with a single. That's a good play, I think, by Mount Allison. Yes, it's now a 7-point game, but at least get some field position. They'll get out to the 35.
That's right. Now they're going to have to play. They'll probably play for the tie.
50 seconds to play, but now we must say, in regulation, it's Laurier by 7, but the Mounties have the ball.
We're inside the final minute here at Sky Dome. Coach Larry Haler, can the Mount Allison Mounties pull this one out?
Well, there's still, time on the clock. A lot of people would question how they use the clock, but the point now is they have the ball at the 35-yard line. They have 2 timeouts, and they have control of the clock. So they have destiny in their own hands, and that's what any football team wants to see.
I like Laurier's chances. Michael?
Now, sorry, Michael, let's just take a look at it. If, in fact, there is overtime, can you explain to us exactly what the ruling is?
Yeah,
I know it's not sudden death.
We discussed it in our meeting,
yes.
And from a television standpoint, we weren't necessarily relishing the idea. It's 2 10-minute halves.
With only a 2-minute break, I believe, from the end of the game, if in fact it remains tied. Only 2 minutes, and they come back out. They play 2 10-minute halves, so there is no sudden death overtime in the Vanier Cup.
And Marc Laurier just wants to get to overtime. He obviously would have liked to have seen the game remain 6 points for Laurier and have a chance to win it, but the 35 yards of field position is outstanding.
Now let's talk about when the clock stops here. It stops when an incomplete pass, when your player goes out of bounds, a penalty that is accepted, and also when there's a first down made until the markers are set, then the clock starts again.
50 seconds to play. The clock doesn't start until the snap of the ball. Hickey back in the pocket. Throws downfield. This one's up for grabs, and it is almost grabbed by the receiver, but at the last second, swatted away by Lonnie Taylor. Mark Hayes had his hands on it.
And I tell you what, if you're Lonnie Taylor, you can't come up with a bigger play than this one right now. Actually, I think it's Marty Parrott. At the last moment, number 28. Locating the ball, actually not looking back for the ball at all, but looking at the receiver's eyes and hand position, and when the ball's caught, swatting it away.
2nd down and 10, 43 seconds to play. At this point, you're not so much looking at the clock. They've got to make a first down. Laurier goes back into that 9-deep defense. They've got guys way downfield. Last time when they were in this, they gave up the big play. Hickey scrambles, 35 and counting. Look out, and Hickey throws the ball. It should be grounding, but they call it a sack. He was in the grass, so it's a sack.
Well, Michael, there is no in-the-grass rule in college football, so they can't call it down for that reason. The only thing I can think of is that his forward progress was stopped, and that's right. That's what they've ruled right there, that the play was dead because he was not moving forward. And you can see Stuart Fraser calling for a timeout, offensive coordinator.
Well, they wanted to be using him, but they didn't want to be using him on 3rd down and 20, but it doesn't really make much difference because they've got 2, and there's no point in saving them. Let's go to sightlines, and here's Leif and Larry.
Well, Larry, pretty good effort by Sean Hickey this afternoon, but he comes up about a buck short.
Well, he may have, Leif, but you're right. It was a great effort. He made a play down in front of us here that was outstanding in terms of avoiding the sack. In fact, Laurier was celebrating the sack when he pulled off a great play. He's played a great football game for a second-year athlete.
What do you think they're telling him on the sidelines? Last play, 3rd and long. What is it?
Well, we face this one against Laurier, and they're probably telling him, listen, we need to complete the pass and get the 1st down. If we don't, it's a season. So there's a lot of pressure on them. But listen, the way they played through this game, they're going to give it their best shot. You know that.
Well, those are the Laurier fans, and for a time, they weren't standing and cheering.
Now let's set it up. When Laurier were playing Western in the final game of the year, the Yates Cup Championship game, 3rd down and 23 for Western. They ended up completing the pass for 24 yards. They gave them a 1st down and a chance to kick the field goal. They didn't kick the field goal. Laurier went on to win it. But in fact, that was the scenario that Larry was talking about.
3rd down and 20. They've got to make it right to the 45-yard line. It's the fumble Ruski again. Grant Keeney, he's the guy you want. He needs another 10, and he's not going to get it. You can fool him once. It's tough to fool him twice, and it's almost impossible to fool them 3 times. Grant Keeney came up 6 yards short, and the Laurier Golden Hawks will take over and win their first ever Vanier Cup.
We take a look at the celebrating Tim Biskey. Again, center Mike Jardine just holds the pass. And you can see Hugh Lawson just kind of standing there, realizing that, he doesn't have the ball, and Grossman sniffs it out as well. Comes across. A great effort by Grant Keeney to get up the field, but 6 yards short of the 1st down.
Hugh Lawson, I bet, and we couldn't hear it there, was probably screaming.
Yeah. Newbro has that smile on his face. I'm surprised he's not down, making his way down to the sidelines right now.
Well, he can, because, no question, his Laurier Golden Hawks will win the Vanier Cup. Rich Newbro was an assistant coach under Tuffy Knight. He was an assistant coach when they played in 3 previous Vanier Cups, actually then called the College Bowl, in 66, in 68, and in 72. Laurier lost all 3 of them. This time, Marc Laurier looks up and decides probably it's not even worth it because while they can stop the clock once, it's not going to make any difference. Kubis went down on one knee with 4 seconds left, so the season will be prolonged by that amount. 4 seconds until Laurier can celebrate, and Rich Newbro can make his way down.
It's been a long drought for Laurier. You can see Marc Laurier. He's going to have I'm sure, a fine career in college football. He's already had a great career so far with Mount Allison. We take a look at the Golden Hawks. They're just storming the field.
Perhaps the biggest violation of too many men on the field I've ever seen.
But they have to realize it's not U.S. college football. You have to run the last play when the clock runs out.
Perhaps the only thing that can save Mount Allison right now is a band on the field.
Well, it's been a long drought for Laurier. 3 times the Vanier Cup they lost. This time they win it.
They win it, and they did it with their defense. Oh, did they ever. 28-15 is the final score. They had just enough offense when they needed it. And in the end, it was a key 3rd down gamble by Marc Laurier and the Mount Allison Mounties. 3rd and 5, and they came up short. And that virtually ended their opportunity to win this football game. Congratulations to Wilfred Laurier. They have won their first ever Vanier Cup. They're champions. Laurier Golden Hawks have never been able to say it officially at the end of a season, but they can say it now. We are number one. And it looked for a time like there would be no battle for number one, and they looked to be home and sailing. And then the fumble rescue, and then the magnificent pass, Hickey to Haas. And then it really started to get interesting. The Golden Hawks are 1991 Vanier Cup champions, and we'll return to reminisce and look back at it when we return to the Vanier Cup and the Sky Dome. Beat like that on the Prefed Cup.
Yep.
I'd say that's one of the worst calls I've ever seen to go for it there. And a great kicker against that defense.
Yep.
Nice call, too. Are we going to be on camera at all, Bruce? Yeah, that's it.
Are we going to be on camera, Bruce? Okay.
That's hysterical.
4:55.
I have no idea. What are we doing here? Welcome back to Vanier Cup and Sky Dome, where the Laurier Golden Hawks continue to celebrate the presentation of the one award they desperately wanted, the Vanier Cup. Well, let's find out the individual award winners. Let's go to Roy Anderson.
Dirigez votre attention vers la ligne de 55 verges, où auront lieu les présentations.
The Right Honorable Raymond Natashan, the Governor General of Canada, and Dr. Robert Coran, President of the Canadian Inter-University Athletic Union, has presented the Vanier Cup to the co-captains of the 1991 champions, the Wilfred Laurier Golden Hawks.
Le très honorable Raymond Natashan, gouverneur général du Canada, et M. Robert Coran, président de l'Union sportive interuniversitaire canadienne, ont présenté la Coupe Vanier au capitaine de l'équipe championne de 1991, les Golden Hawks de l'Université Wilfred Laurier.
Mr. Warren Cunningham, Vanier Cup Honorary Chairman, and Mr. Robert Pugh, Executive Vice President of the Canadian Inter-University Athletic Union, presenting the CIAU Championship banner to the co-captains of the 1991 champions, the Wilfred Laurier Golden Hawks.
Monsieur Gordon Cunningham, président honoraire de la Coupe Vanier, et Monsieur Robert Pugh, vice-président administratif de l'Union sportive interuniversitaire canadienne, présente maintenant la bannière du championnat de l'USIC au co-capitaine des champions 1991, les Golden Hawks de l'Université Wilfred Laurier.
Watch the players continue to celebrate. Let's go downfield to the player of the game with our Gord Miller.
We're here with Andy Cicchini, and it's an absolute madhouse on the presentation podium. Andy, let's take you back, first of all, to even before training camp. You had to decide whether or not you wanted to come back. You made a good decision.
Definitely. I wouldn't trade this moment for the world. I don't know how to express my feelings right now. It's just absolute joy, bliss. I can't describe it.
You guys were smiling a lot on the sidelines early in the fourth quarter, but it turned out to be a lot closer than you thought it would be.
Yeah, we thought we had them because our defense was holding them really solid, and then we started to bend. They threw a couple trick plays at us and turned the momentum on us really quick, and we got serious real fast, let me tell you.
Tell us what it means to this school to win its first Vanier Cup championship.
You can just tell by the pandemonium around us. At our school, we've had a long football tradition. We've never been able to quite get to win the Vanier Cup. We've been there so many few times and been close, and every year we strive for it, and every year they support us really much. And finally, we got here and won it. And it's just an incredible feeling.
Andy, you've got a great offensive line. Could we borrow them?
Yes, they did a great job today. We're going to probably need them to get out of here after this.
Listen, go enjoy your Vanier Cup championship, and congratulations on a great career and a great day.
Thank you very much.
Andy Cicchini, the Ted Morris Trophy winner, and I'll come back in a minute with the coach. Let's go back to Michael.
I guess we should say he'll try to come back a little bit later on with the coach. You know, Jamie, Andy Cicchini really responded when they needed him. They had all those injuries to their receivers. Cicchini in 2 games, the 2 key games, the Churchill Bowl and the Vanier Cup, scores a total of 6 touchdowns and rescues them from a desperate situation.
Well, you know, you think about it, only 490-some yards during the regular season, and then in the playoffs, Cicchini explodes, and I don't think anybody in the OUAA ever doubted that Cicchini was this kind of a football player, but now he's showing everybody nationally the kind of caliber player that he really is.
Well, this is working out just right, because we can talk to a guy from the OUAA, certainly a non-doubter. He's Larry Haler, who's with Lee Pedersen.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jamie. Larry, Laurier, you know what? They're like the little engine that could. Remember that story?
I think I can. They did it.
That's the one. Now, you must be pleased. I mean, they knocked you out a couple of weeks ago. Now they win the Vanier Cup.
Well, I'm happy for Laurier. I think that they're probably the best football team over the last 20 years that hasn't won it. And listen, this was a game in which there was glory for both teams. Great glory to Mount Allison. A great football team and a great game. Got to admire them.
You know, Laurier kept trying desperately to let Mount Allison back in, but finally they just held on long enough.
Well, they did, and I know Rich Newberry and his coaching staff and the people at Laurier will be delighted with the outcome of this one, and there's no more deserving group than them.
Larry, we would like to thank you for being with us today. I know you would have rather been coaching, but we thank you for your expertise and your comments this afternoon.
Always a pleasure to be with the best people at TSN and yourself.
Good luck to the Western Mustangs next year.
Thank you very much.
All right, Michael, back to you.
What a great sight it is for anyone who's followed the OUAA and the CIAU. I think to see the Laurier Golden Hawks holding onto this trophy, because they have been a great football team year after year, and to think that they've been trying and haven't made it to the Vanier Cup even since 1972. This has got to be a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been 19 years for Laurier in their last appearance in the Vanier Cup, and you know what? These guys are going to treasure this for the rest of their lives. You know, I can speak personally on that one. I still look back fondly at all those memories, and they always get greater the longer the years are from the last time you won it. And these guys are going to relive this. They're going to have all sorts of parties back in Waterloo and celebrations, and it's just a thrill of a lifetime.
It's interesting, though, that they do it in a year with all these injuries. They were just decimated. They could not field 4 healthy receivers. They could really only put 2 healthy receivers on the field at the same time. Their quarterback has been injured, yet in the 1 year that they've got all the injuries, they end up taking it all.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, sometimes when you have injuries, Michael, you seem to group together because you feel like, oh, this guy's hurt. Somebody else is going to come into play. We can't rely on him as much. So, and when everybody's having injuries, they all have to rely on one another. And that was the kind of chemistry that Laurier had this year that enabled them to win the Vanier Cup.
They separated themselves from the pack, and they were right in a pack at the end of the regular season of the OUAA. They were tied with Waterloo and U of T at 6-2. Yet they did what those teams didn't do. They gelled at just the right time. They played their best football when it counts in the playoffs.
Well, we said at the top of the show that they lost 2 of their last 3 regular season games by teams that they managed to meet both times in the playoff. Against Waterloo, they managed to beat them soundly. Then that tough game down in London, Ontario for the Yates Cup game, that 13-12 victory. I think at that time they started to realize that, hey, we believe in ourselves. We can win the big one right now. And then coming back after being down 19 points to Queens in the Churchill Bowl, I mean, they started to really believe then, and then they took the big lead today and never relinquished it, and now they're Vanier Cup champions.
Well, they did it every way. They did it with an easy victory over Waterloo. Then they did it coming from behind on a very impressive 80-yard drive against the Western Mustangs. Then they did it coming from behind against the Queens Golden Gales, trailing at 22-0. And in this one, they did it by clinging to a lead. This was certainly not a come-from-behind effort by Laurier. They appeared to have it in hand, but let's pay tribute now to the Mount Allison Mounties, who I think perhaps most of us, I know I certainly thought that they were down and out and would have no opportunity to make a game of it, yet they did.
And you know what, again about Mount Allison, I don't think there's been one team that I can remember in the history of the CIU that 2 years earlier did not win a football game. Mount Allison 0-7 in 1989. 2 years later, they're in the Vanier Cup. They're 6-7 points away from winning the Vanier Cup. Heck of an effort by the Mount Allison Mounties.
It was a terrific effort by the Mounties, and it made a football game out of this one. It was slow to start, but fast to finish. And in the end, it's the Laurier Golden Hawks. Andy Cicchini, you met his parents. They talked about what the Vanier Cup would mean to them. Now they get to share a very special moment. Andy Cicchini with his mommy. Welcome back to Skydome and the Vanier Cup. It's time now for the TSN Turning Point. It's brought to you today by Sony.
Close the gap to be 24-18 with 6:39 remaining in the fourth quarter. 3rd down and 5. Mount Allison decide to try and go for it. A little bit of miscommunication on behalf of the Mount Allison Mounties. They try to run the play. They cannot quite get the necessary yardage. They only come up short. Get 5 yards here, they come up short 1 yard. Laurier managed to control the ball, and they win the game 25-18.
A huge gamble that doesn't pay off. A cash donation will be made to the Coaching Association of Canada for the training and development of Canadian coaches in amateur sport on behalf of TSN and Sony. Take it anywhere, take it everywhere. Sony's TR Series Handicap. The Laurier Golden Hawks do not want to leave the field, and why not? They're celebrating their first ever Vanier Cup win, defeating the Mount Allison Mounties 25-18. An outstanding performance by the Laurier defense. They did it all season long with defense, and in the end, you knew it would come down to this, or at least you thought it was the defense that had to rescue them.
You know, it's the oldest cliche in football that great defenses win championships and offense sells tickets, but really today, that was reinforced by the way Laurier played defense.
It was really the only way that Laurier could win the game, with injuries to Sharshman and Stuck, even though they were playing the game. A team that passed the ball throughout most of the season. They really had to win it with defense and the running game. And speaking of Sharshmitt and Stuck, you say at home you'd like to hear from them? Well, let's do so right now. Let's go down to Gord.
All right, thank you, Michael. One of the reasons the Laurier Golden Hawks haven't yet left the field is that they can't. We're surrounded by their celebrating fans. And we're talking about much of the story of this game was the courage of these two guys, Brent Stuka and Andy Sharshmitt. You come into this game very badly hurt, we understand. You obviously weren't 100%. Was there any thought in your mind beforehand that you might not play?
No, not at all. I talked to Andrew and asked him how his leg was, and we both said that we were going full out, and we did it.
The offense was effective in spurts. I mean, Andy had another great day. What was the key to controlling their defense?
Their defense was keeping them honest and mixing up with the pass with the run. Hey. Mixing up the pass with the run and just keeping them off balance.
Hey, I want to give credit to our offensive line that's been ragged on all year, and that's Brad Barker, Peter Gisborne, John Palmer, Glenn Ferguson.
Who else?
That's it. Bill Kubas and Andy Cicchini. Our offense is number one.
All right, let's bring in Bill Kubas now, another guy who played with pain. Bill had the bad shoulder. There was a lot of talk, too, about perhaps you not playing. You talk about a team effort, and with so many guys hurt, you really needed it today, didn't you?
Well, that's for sure. You can't win a game with one player or just with one facet of the game. It was a total team effort today. The offensive line blocked. Unbelievable. P.J. Martin blocked out of the backfield. The receivers did what they had to do. And Andy Cicchini just had a great effort. But the defense is the key to our team this year. They held us in it the whole time, and we just moved the ball and scored when we had to.
I guess you're glad Andy came back for that 5th year now.
Very glad Andy came back for the 5th year. But we're going to do this all again next year because we only lose Andy, a great back. But we're going to repeat next year for sure.
Before you talk about repeating, tell us what this means to your school to win the first Vanier.
Well, you can see it around here. The people are just crazy and nuts. And It means so much to the city of Kitchener-Waterloo and to the recruiting that's going to be happening to Wilfred Laurier next year. It's just an unbelievable experience, and you can't really say what it's going to do for the school until years down the road.
Well, gentlemen, thanks very much, and enjoy your Vanier Cup celebration.
I know my buddies in Wallaceburg, Parkhill, everybody.
Jamie, as someone who spent a lot of time in the OUAA, I know you'd like to congratulate Laurier.
Oh, no question. I think Laurier, Mike, heartiest congratulations. And by the way, guys, I did pick you today to win, so the jinx is off.
The spread was 6, you got lucky. Anyway, consider that in 1972, the Laurier Golden Hawks said, we'll do it next year. But it wasn't until this year, 1991, that they made it again to the Vanier Cup, and this year they won it. The Laurier Golden Hawks, for the first time ever, are champions. Today's broadcast, the Vanier Cup on TSN, has been brought to you by Geo and your Chevrolet Geo dealers across Canada. By London Life, imagine the power of Freedom 55. By Esso Associates and Imperial Oil, you're on your way with Esso. And by 7-Up, it's cool to be clear. For all of us at TSN, including Jamie Bone and Gord Miller and Lee Pedersen and Larry Haler, we thank you very much for joining us. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. So long from Skydome, where the Laurier Golden Hawks continue to celebrate.